What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this.
Every day I wake up and I hope you're dead. Dead like if I can guarantee Henry would be okay, I'd hope you get an illness and then get hit by a car and die.
In this video, we're going to talk about secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10. Rescue missions. Task your players with rescuing an NPC or retrieving an item during combat. It will help add layers of urgency and potentially even a moral dilemma. My favorite example of this is instead of sending the players to kill the goblin camp that may raid the village, right? That's a consequence. Sometimes that's good enough. The goblins abducted the blacksmith. And now they need to save the blacksmith and kill the goblins. It's a secondary objective that spices things up.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me. You need me to save you. You do. I am the only one who possibly can. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
Holy, look at all this damage!
Where? Where? Where, Dwight?
Seems like you already know where.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent.
Now it's left to me to deal with him. You can't.
If you try to interfere, this becomes a much simpler matter. I will kill your wife. I will kill your son. I will kill your infant daughter.
But for now, we're going to look at a slightly different system that doesn't just affect the moment of death, but the moments before death. Something that makes combat more grounded, horror more horrifying, and sacrifices all the more heroic. Picture a movie fight scene between a hero and villain. They're clashing blades, dancing back and forth, parrying, dodging, blocking, keeping up with each other's advances, surprising each other with new techniques and strategies, until finally, one of them lands a devastating blow. It's not just a graze on the arm, it's not just a smack on the chest. It's 0 HP. When using the point of no return system, we want to draw attention to this moment of the fight, to make that hit extra cinematic and weighted and affect the decisions that your players are going to make when they are given that critical choice of staying down or getting up.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
So with that, let's go ahead and dive into our first build, the level 5, Blighted Warden.
In the shadowed underbrush of the ancient forest, where the line between decay and growth blurs, the Blighted Warden lives.
Hi there, everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be here for today's session of the Isles of Iverion. So let's go ahead and roll the intro and dive in.
I don't care. If I have to die, I am not spending another second under your control. the mausoleum.
You met a lie!
I don't want to watch the people I love die and do nothing.
Because you can't tell me what my spirit tells me isn't true.
I'm a pretty good judge of characters, you know, just keep that in mind.
I suppose that's right.
And we're back. So let's go ahead and dive into tonight's session. So as is tradition, it is not I that does the summary, it is the players. This week on summary is Ryan. Ryan.
No.
No?
Try again.
Oh, it's Felicity? Yeah. Oh, damn.
I know we looked
You
the
said
same,
that so
though,
confident.
but-
Ryan, you were last week, weren't you? You were last week, weren't you?
hold on,
Okay.
what?
Okay.
Okay.
Like, I was
This week is Felicity, not
Yeah.
Ryan.
I was the
Yeah.
one person I was certain it wasn't. It was so bad.
Did you panic a little bit, Ryan?
Kinda, yeah. I even read Felicity's summary and I still panicked thinking I was supposed to do it.
That was the point, keeping you on your toes. Anyway, Felicity, take it away.
I hate this job.
So, that was Book 8, Chapter 18, Death Knell. The fight to save Ephron and protect his people begins. Nalfion is quick to get right up to Malice, but she dominates his mind. Yorick attempts to persuade Mirka to deal with Malice now, since she is standing in his way of achieving what the Dark One calls him to do. Unfortunately, Mirka still sees the party as much of a threat to the Dark One as Malice. Ephron is able to get away from the fight with the help of Lawrence and Twig's rope trick. Swiftly, Malice moves on to the energy core, where she plans to claim it. Nalfion, once free of her domination, pursues her again. York and the rest of the party attempt to deal with Mirka. Malice, while trying to collect the core, also tries to deal with Nalfion as she inches closer to death, but to no avail. In her last attempt to get rid of him, she deals a lethal spell to Twig, causing her to die immediately. So overcome with rage, Nalfion grasps hold of Malice's throat and throws both of them into the pool of a freezing substance. He chokes her to death before making a slim escape from the pool as he too is near death. Mirka, meanwhile, tries to get to the core. Yorick, with the help of Lila, chases after him. The constructs deal a large amount of damage to him, making the window of balefire very slim. Before Lila is able to cast the spell, Mirka dies. With no time to feel the defeat, Lila quickly moves to Twig and casts Revivify using her last diamond. Ephron, with Lila's assistance, free his people from cryostasis, and the Archons both rejoice their success and mourn the sacrifices it took to achieve it. Both the party and the Archons exchange their knowledge to assist fighting the Dark One. Ephron and his family reunite. Once resting, Twig and Alfion spend time together. Both struggle to process the events of the battle. Lila teaches Zevran Balefire and works out a plan to imbue the spell in Yorick's weapon. Yorick steps out to ask our little paralegal devil for an audience with Glacia. He goes off to request that from her. Back in the mansion, Ephron visits to share what he learned while rescuing Keothi. He fears that Malice has learned of a way to find a liminal space that exists beyond the boundaries which hold the threads of time so she can rewrite existence. If you followed that, congrats. He also mentions that could be an option for fixing the situation with the Dark One, but may come at a cost. The party sends a message to the Wanderers to keep them updated. Then the paralegal returns to inform Yorick that Glacia is ready for the conversation. The ending paragraph felt like a different session. But that's what happened.
There was a lot going on in that final part there. But good job, Felicity, and thank you so
You're welcome.
much. So with that, we will go ahead and dive right in. Now, Yorick, standing before you is your paralegal, the Amunzi, who has been your reference, has been your advisor during this stint with the time that you've had the contracts on your person. And he has now come to you and has informed you that Galacia has agreed to meet with you immediately. So you can see he looks to you with a smile and says,
If you are ready now, Master, I will gladly take you to where you will be meeting.
Party say anything, or?
I mean, it was his bit, man. He didn't ask us beforehand. We ain't gonna stop him now.
I mean, yeah, Lila is just, I think, looking like kind of shocked and surprised, but otherwise she's not gonna like stop Yorick.
All right. Yorick will look back to the party. Wish me luck.
Alfia nods.
Be careful.
Of course. Always am. I don't know if I like this music better or worse than the last one.
Very well, Master Yorick. If you are ready, we will depart. Please, take my hand.
And Yorick will firmly grasp it.
Alrighty. As you do, pulled away are you from this moment in time, back to a very familiar sight. The river Styx. You appear sitting on the back half of the rowboat. Behind you, you can feel the presence of the ferryman slowly paddling away left to right, to left to right. And there, sitting in front of you, wearing no armor, wielding no weapons, same as you, wielding no armor and holding no weapons, you see Glacia. You can see the deep green complexion, very similar to your own. The large curled horns. She looks to you with a smile and says, So, you wanted to meet? What do you have to say then?
Well, I certainly was hoping that we could negotiate. Though I'm curious. Are there any deals you've already made that would prevent you from doing so?
None that can't be undone.
Really? I just heard that's hard to do down here, that's all.
I make it a point to not sign very many contracts.
Well, I suppose I should just get right into it then, shouldn't I?
You should.
We first met in the City of Radiance. I'm sure you recall that.
Mm-hmm.
I lied to you when we first met there. I'm guessing you knew that, but I thought it was important to say it anyway. I said that, we didn't need to be enemies. And already I was thinking about how to deal with you. I'm not lying when I tell you now that we don't need to be enemies. I don't think this conflict has to end with you or I killing each other. I'd rather avoid it if possible, at least.
What are the terms of your proposal, then?
The terms... I just want this war to be over before it starts. Ideally. And York just kind of looks around for a second and kind of gets lost in thought. Is everything here really what you want?
This is not about what I want, Yorick. I have no desire to be trapped in the hells. What I do want is to see it all come crumbling down. The hells are nothing more than a prison. This existence is a prison. And all I want is for it all to crumble and burn to ash and dust. That's what I want. Can you give that to me?
Honestly, no. Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So I know weapons, armor, all that stuff is like gone.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like everything basically magical. Like York, like could York even like divine sense right now if he wanted to, or is there just something that's kind of keeping them from doing anything even innately magical about them?
No, just weapons and armor. So your magical abilities are still there, so divine sense is still totally possible.
Okay. Is Yorick's ring still on then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's good to know. Truthfully, no. No, I couldn't. What you saw me doing this, that was definitely a one-off. I'm not capable of doing something like that again. I'm assuming it was your dad, right? I'm assuming he's why you hate this place so much.
Raising a child is a two-person job. Sure, one can be to blame for what they did attempting to raise the child, but the other is equally to blame if they abscond themselves, if they choose to be elsewhere out of shame, out of displeasure, or even because they do not know better.
Choice is an interesting use of word. From what I hear, Osmodius didn't let choice play a factor into it.
No. He's great at creating an illusion of choice, but there never was one. It was all rigged from the start.
Like, just with kind of this very initial early conversation, like, can York pick up any sort of vibes from Glacia? Like, why is she even here to talk? Like, is it just mere curiosity? Does he sense that she has a goal here? Or, I don't know, he's just trying to pick up, like, why'd she agree to come?
Yeah, make an insight check.
That they've talked about. Okay. 23.
23? Okay. Right now, it's just curiosity. You're not sure if she's even going to make a deal. She just is so interested to learn why you would even try.
Extend a hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look. I don't know you. Not really. The fraction of the time I've gotten to know you, I can't put all the pieces together of what existence must have been like for you. But I can imagine that growing up as the daughter of Asmodeus was brutal. I imagine he tried to make you just like him, but it's Asmodeus, so of course nothing you ever did was good enough, because no one can be as good as he is. Then everyone else probably wanted to be your friend or to hurt you to get to him. I'm guessing it was pretty lonely. Does that give him anything, kind of reading Glacia's face after kind of trying to draw a conclusion?
Keeping with the 23, you can see that most of what you're saying is kind of, I don't want to say landing on deaf ears, but it seems like you're not striking a chord.
Sure.
And that's made especially clear by once you finish that thought and you're just kind of studying her. She says, "You're wrong, actually. Almost.
Really?
Granted, in the grand scheme of things, I suppose you are right. But growing up, it never felt like that. I was supported in my ascension to become Archdevil of the Sixth. He was there every step of the way, guiding me, coaching me, helping me understand what needed to be done. He never stopped saying how proud he was of me. He never stopped telling me what moves I could take if I wanted to. Truthfully, it was so kind of him. But that's the thing. He knew exactly what to do, exactly what to say, to get me to do exactly what he wanted. To be satisfied with Archdevil of the Sixth, murdering and torturing and hunting down the escaped souls of the hells to my heart's content. Daddy's little girl, to make her so happy, and for him to be so proud. If I ever wanted anything more, he knew just what to say to get me to take a step back and evaluate. I never felt threatened. But eventually, I also never felt heard. For many, many, many years, I loved him. I cared so deeply for him. I would have marched an army of devils to the material plane on a whim if he asked. But now I see him for what he is. So no, that isn't what it ever felt like until very, very recently. But I suppose I can at least give you some credit. You caught on a lot faster than I did.
What changed? What made you see him for what he was doing?
A man came to me, one I know you are very familiar with. Solvis Emerald. Showed me the truth. The truth of what my father had done to my mother, of where she is now, the contract she has aligned herself with Zariel per the request of Asmodeus. And on top of that, everything he did, every plan he had to get me to do what he wanted. So, Yorick, it's not just that Asmodeus has controlled me from the beginning. This world controls us. And where this world is going, Yorick, is death. It is dying. Why stop it? The world deserves death. That's why most souls are sent to the hells. They are unworthy.
You're wrong about that part.
I will do you one kindness, Yorick, for even attempting to speak to me. I will withdraw my forces from Khania, and I will give you one opportunity to leave the Hells, to abandon this claim on the throne. If you do not heed this offer, if you do not claim it, you will die. Regardless, I will withdraw my forces from Khania, so you may have this last signatory. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?
I won't keep you long. I will give you a kindness as well. Think about what I said. I'd rather see you truly free of this place, not with its destruction, but by walking away and never coming back. No Emerald to manipulate you, no Asmodeus, no Dark One. No me if you never want to see me again. But it's an opportunity for your life to be more than about war and destruction.
It all sounds so nice, Yorick. It does. But it shows how little you understand the situation. There is no world without the Dark One. I've seen it. I'm sorry that you have not yet seen the truth yet.
I don't know how long you've been around, but I imagine you've seen a lot more than I have. But you've clearly never seen a miracle. And I've seen many. Like I said, think about what I said. But if at the end you choose to fight and stay on this path, then I will meet you and I will not hold back. Because I can't afford to. As much as I don't want this for us.
Very well. And if I may, one more thing. Knowing your connection to the Wild Hunt, you see just a faint trace of a smile across her face. Your matron is dead. The Raven Queen. Farewell, Yorick. And I suppose I will see you on the field of battle then. And with that, you can see green flame surround her. She's torn away. Same happens to you at about the same moment as you return to the archive. Yorick is gone for about 30, 45 minutes for all of you, but eventually he returns.
All right. What'd she say?
Enough.
Ah, great. War's over, right?
She's withdrawing her troops from Kanya. In terms of how this ends. Maybe she'll listen to what I said, but I have a feeling not.
Why would she withdraw her troops?
She said it was a courtesy. For at least trying to reach out and broker peace.
But wasn't the fact that Mephistopheles was under siege one of the, well, things we had going for getting him to agree to our contract?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. And I wonder if she already knew that.
It wasn't actually a kindness then, was it?
Probably not.
Did you feel like you learned anything from that conversation? Any information at all?
She knows more than I thought she did, but anything that's going to help us? No, I don't think so. I think she's given up.
Right.
She knows what the Dark One wants, and she doesn't care.
Well, it was worth a shot.
We, like, haven't taken our long rest, right? Like, we still need to go to bed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, we have almost no leverage with Mephistopheles now.
We're still safeguarded until we leave.
But how do we get him to sign?
Well,
I mean,
I can tell him that I just spoke to Glacia and she's totally happy with the complete annihilation of all life. If he cares about souls in any regard, maybe that's enough. He won't get what he wants with her. He might not get exactly what he wants with Yuri, but there's a chance at least.
and the hologram's not nothing. It's not exactly what he wanted, but it's still a power source. So York's right, if he wants to save souls and not see the hells go into complete ruin, and there still be a semblance of order, he will have a version of what he wanted. But it's... the hells are at war. The world's at war. We're all at war. And when we're at war, compromises have to be made, and he would be a fool not to understand that.
Right. And in case he's not understanding, I do still have an ability to bind him, but it takes an hour to cast. So I would need help.
Felicity, just a question as Kayla.
Yeah.
So to cast that, is that something that like you'd have to do you have to start casting in the moment while we're there? Or
That's
could
a
you
great
like
question. I just put it in the thing.
Gosh.
Range is 60 feet. center of a magic circle in order to keep it trapped while the spell... Oh, while the spell is cast. Oh, okay.
Also, we just need the instant and then keep him there for an hour.
Oh, okay.
And be uninterrupted for an hour.
Yeah.
That's gonna be tricky.
Which is hard when we're in his domain.
Yeah.
And his troops have nothing better to do right now because Glacia's gone. God damn it. Oh my god, yeah.
Like, this can be plan E still. Like, I love the idea of everything going well and negotiating.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
But Joe is standing, so I'm feeling apprehensive.
I've been sitting all day. I wanted to stand.
Sure. Sure.
Sure, buddy.
No trust anymore.
I just don't know how to do that without... Because, like, the moment we start that, there is no room for negotiation, right? There is no room for, oops, sorry.
That's why I said plan E. I was like, if he, like, starts getting ready to, like, fight, we could whip this out, and then y'all just defend Lila. I don't know what else to do.
I just also the idea of us having to fight without Lila is also a bit scary.
Yeah.
Well, and also I know we have our contract where it's like, oh, you know, while we're here, like, you can't harm us. But I think the moment that we start doing shit to him, I know it wasn't, like, specified, but I'm guessing that gets thrown out the window to where we lose that protection.
That's valid.
Yeah.
It can't just be like, I know we're beating the shit out of you, but haha.
I mean, are there protections for that?
It would have definitely, Mephistopheles wouldn't have signed it if it wasn't a non-aggression pact between both parties.
Okay.
Yeah, just because, you know, then it's like, oh, you guys can beat the shit out of me until I die.
Yeah.
Rough.
I don't like this, like, tick-tocking sound that's happening behind us.
Yeah.
And the music.
But it's like, I don't know, I feel like there is still a genuine angle of just like, you know, when we're talking with Mephistopheles, like, his main interest is he wants to be, obviously, having a say over the Hells. Like, he cares about the Hells, he's invested in the Hells. Even if it is only for his own interest and power. And, like, there is none of that shit with the Dark One. And, like, Glacia literally said that she wants it all to crumble. So it's like, you know, reasons.
No, they sound good to us, and like, logically speaking, they're good, but he's a selfish devil who...
Then let him be selfish. Like, he can't have his shiny toy if there is no toy, you know?
It's true.
No, I know that.
I think we're just gonna have to play it by ear, gang.
The other thing, are we talking in character or out of character right now? Sorry, I was reading a bunch of stuff.
I was talking out of character.
Okay.
Out of
The other thing we could do, if everything goes really bad and not worry about planar binding, is we could just kill him and fill his spot. That sounds really fucking hard, but you know...
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with diplomacy first, because I mean, maybe there's just something else you want that...
I'm strictly talking backup plans. I just don't want us to get in there, everything go wrong, and now we're like, now what do we do? So
yeah, absolutely. Like, we don't technically need him, it just be, you know,
yeah,
to make our lives easier.
And then I'm like, who would we put in that spot? We're running out of people to fill these devil spots.
Can we get one of the bitches from City of Radiance, you know?
Oh, we could get that one guy.
The
Yeah, yeah, Dread guy. Sure, I love it.
You know,
I'm guessing it'll be a little harder than that, but
no, I'm sure he'd agree immediately. No,
yeah, he's gonna be like, "You thought of me? Oh my god, thank you."
Yeah, he would just be so honored. He would just agree.
Yeah.
Can I have my glaive back? No.
Qualms 0.
No, you can't. Because I already gave the hammer.
I think he'd fit in
to
great.
Santa.
That's right.
I did.
I
That's
agree
canon.
with Ryan though. I feel like we're just gonna have to go winning.
Yeah.
We're smart.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll figure it out.
I just wanted to talk potential backup plans. That's all.
No, absolutely.
But no, yeah, I don't think we'll know until we get there.
Yorick excuses himself to bed.
Yeah.
I have a thing I want to do before bed, though.
But of course, what would you like to do, Lila?
Yeah, Lila would like to try and commune with Corellian. She has 3 questions to ask him.
Okay.
So, I assume there's still like the dome of like all the like stars and everything. Yeah. So, I think Lila would just like kind of set up her little like ritual space underneath the stars, and begin like a silent prayer and try to reach out to him. She knows things in the Astral Sea are really difficult right now, and basically the reason why they were mostly able to connect the last time was because they were in the Feywild. So she's hoping that maybe he could answer 3 questions for her. 2 are selfish, 1 is not. So that's why she's reaching out. So she might, I don't know how you want to...
Yeah, make a religion check.
Connect first? Okay. Okay. Religion. 23.
Lila, as you begin to pray, communing with the powers of the astral sea, of the Feywild, of raw magic, you reach out. You attempt to make a connection. But you find nothing. Not nothing. It's something, but it might as well be nothing. It is this omnipresent feeling of emptiness that you welcome in. This dread, pain, suffering, blood and ash and dust and ruin. The gods are dying. Most are dead. Your world collapses. We will consume. We will devour. It is too late. As Lila, you immediately, as soon as you get the chance, you shut off that connection. You block yourself from it.
But what if I don't?
Bro.
So, so there's like, while in that, I know, yeah. Okay, sorry again. So, is it like, you said it's not nothing, but it is. Is there like, is it like a corrupted thread that she's finding? Like, that connection is now filled with void, or is it like absence of any thread anywhere?
Exactly. It is the absence of anything and everything. It is a thread completely devoid of all.
So there's like nothing to grasp to either like repair or anything at all. Like there's no like
to repair. No, you can grasp on to the nothingness. You can reach out to the nothingness, but there's nothing to repair. There's nothing to fix. It is just nothing. The absence of everything.
Okay, then yeah, I will shut off that connection.
Okay.
I was looking for something else in the space. I was Lila's evil arc, just like. No. Okay, that's fine. Shutting it off. Shut that shit down.
So, Lila, you shut that connection off. However, you feel this coldness. The thing is your powers as a cleric are divine from your god. Those powers remain. You can still feel the radiance and power of the astral sea within you. But the more that you focus in on it, that personal connection to Corellian, it isn't there anymore. But everything else still feels the same. There's no limit to your power. But it could just be the fact that you're in the hells right now, in a pocket dimension in the hells. Mm-hmm. But you don't feel him. You simply don't.
I think she will like pull out where she's been like her notes for her dissertation. And she has like this whole like outline and web of everything, but it's like mostly focused on like the dark one in relation to the astral sea. So she will like at the very end write down everything that she felt and experienced. And then she's gonna write like right after it be like, I'll figure it out on my own. Shut her book. Kind of like do like a sigh. And then I then want to talk to Ephraim. I actually had two things. I'm so sorry. So I wanted to talk to Ephraim. If he's still around, we don't have to roleplay this. I did want to just ask him if he knew how to help her imbue a weapon with balefire, basically.
Oh,
so
you did ask him that last session.
Did I ask him?
You
I thought
did.
I talked about asking him.
No, I'm pretty sure you did ask him.
Just so he could like help, like while she's here, she would like his help to like study up on how to do that, even if they can't do it in one night, just so she can get that like started.
Yeah, pretty much what he would tell you is there are smiths, like arcane smiths, that can enhance weapons so they can do that. So it'll take them a few days to get their supplies together, but before you go into the fight against Glacia and in that sort of deepest layer of the Nine Hells, he'll be able to have something done for all of you then.
Oh.
On one or two weapons. It just kind of depends what their materials are looking like.
Awesome. Sounds great.
Okay.
Well, that's all I wanted to do.
All right. Anybody else?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So, all of you see a bit of a cutscene within the mansion. As we pan to Zevran.
Hold on, wait, sorry, real quick. So we're actually seeing this in character? This isn't like a cutscene?
This is a cutscene. None of you see this.
Okay.
Actually, I wanted to talk to Zevran. I just forgot until just...
Well, now.
So, none of your characters see this, but all of you lucky enough to see
Must be
this.
saucy blocker for too long, you know?
As you see him, he has these two books in his private room. These two books sitting on his desk in front of him. You can see the titles of both. Covenants of the Infernal Throne by Scribe Mathis of the Fourth Circle, and Nessus, the Final Gate, authored by Belial. Once the Prince of Lies, which Belial, just in case you guys do not remember, He was a twinned ruler of the fourth lair before his daughter killed him and took complete ownership and swore allegiance to Glacia. And let me just put both these in the chat real quick, just that way you guys don't have to. Sure, you're getting all the clicky clackies right now, to be real.
Was this the same books that Nalfian saw him with before?
Correct.
That he was kind of going out of his way to hide from Nalfian.
Uh-huh. It was. You see Zevran sort of, like, rubbing his knuckles into his temples, staring at both books closed. I have to say something. What will they think of me if I don't say anything? But what am I to say? Would I expect one of them to take that place? No. It can't. It's too important that and Felicity, I would like you to roll a D100.
Oh. Okay. That's how old I am.
Look at that.
Maybe it's extra lucky.
Your golden dice roll.
Thanks for making me feel old. I appreciate it.
I'm so sorry.
Oh no.
All right. All right. And you all see Zevran take both books and stand as he opens his door and moves into the central common area and one by one knocks on all of your doors and says, I have something I need to discuss with all of you. Please, when you're ready, come to the common area.
I think Lila would rush out as soon as she hears.
Yeah, definitely out there.
Yeah.
Nalf is eyeing the book.
Is everything okay?
No. No, it isn't. And I feel awful because I've been keeping something from all of you, and I know that I should not have, but there isn't another path forward. I have tried to find an answer in some way, shape, or form, but there's nothing. In the middle of the night, I've left. I've gone back to the 6th. I've gone through countless tomes and books and scrolls to try and find an answer, but there isn't one. And I thought that this would be a burden that I could just carry myself, but I can't. I can't, and it's idiotic of me to try and do otherwise, but I'm just afraid that when I tell you the truth of this situation, that all of you will jump to be a martyr, and it's not. It shouldn't happen. But I'm speaking in circles, I'm sorry. When we were in the 7th, when all of you went to the Feywild to track your your item to kill Glacia, which was very important. When I was left there, I got curious. I started to, over those few days, delve into those ruins that were there in Maldamani. I know it was dangerous, but I am an accomplished spellcaster, and I was able to defend myself from what attacked me. I found 2 books within an old abandoned library. One is called The Covenants of the Infernal Throne by a scribe of the 4th Circle, and the other is called Nessus, the Final Gate, written by Belial, the Prince of Lies. In the first one, The Covenants of the Nine Throne, it details an intricate ritual surrounding the ascension of a new ruler in the Nine Hells. It's only happened once, because there's only ever been one, and that was Asmodeus. There is a chapter called The Mortal Anchor, and it is written that the transition of power isn't merely political, but it's magical. And it requires a mortal soul to be sacrificed to seal the pact with the Nine Hells. The soul will act as an anchor, binding the new ruler's authority to both the infernal and the mortal planes. And then in the other book, written by Belial, it's a collection of observations and philosophical musings on the nature of power and structure in the Hell, focusing particularly on Nessus. In that book, it is written that those mortal souls that descend far enough down into the Nine Hells to be in Nessus and attempt to leave via magical means. It described how the energies required to breach the barriers of Nessus are so vast that the mage who conjoins the portal, or who conjures the portal, must be sacrificed. Their essence burns away as the infernal magic consumes them for opening a gate. Now, both of these could be untrue. I am inclined to believe that Belial's is a lie, as a way to scare off mortals from traversing that far. But when Asmodeus ascended the throne, it is very well documented that he escaped the Nine Hells and brought back a king, an ancient one of Illica. And sacrificed his mortal essence to secure his claim on that radiant throne that was meant for Beelzebul. I should not have hid this from all of you. But I know all of you. All of you, if you would have known, you would have jumped at the idea of sacrificing yourself. Or trying to find a way around it, but I have tried. I have tried to find a way around it. And I know it would be vain of me to say this, but I'm going to. I don't think I'm telling all of you and asking for help. I think I'm telling all of you so I can enjoy our final few days together and not worry about what you'll think of me for deceiving you. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. but I wish there was another way. And you see he just kind of collapses onto a seat behind him.
Joe, this is a out of character.
Yeah.
Is it implied that Aventahala knew this when she helped us write the track?
That Aventahala knew this when she helped you write the contract?
Yeah. Or I mean, that's too like, I guess that's a terrible question because like how would we know? But like in Nalfian's head, he's like, because wasn't it her who helped us draft this contract? Why didn't she tell us this was part of it? Like,
she didn't
maybe
tell
she
us
didn't
a lot
know.
of the things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
well, it's
either
kinda fucked.
knew and didn't tell you, or Zevran did say he found it in an abandoned library in Maldamani.
Okay, I just want to make sure yeah, okay.
But without talking
don't know
to
for
Aventahala at all,
Yeah,
you don't know.
yeah. We don't know.
But I mean, because if there was that thing where it's just like, Asmodeus definitely did it when he ascended, and Aventahala would have been, you know, at least loosely around. So I feel like there's a really good chance that she would be aware, right?
No, Aventahala wasn't around when Asmodeus ascended.
Not when he ascended.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Osmodius would have ascended near the beginning of everything.
Yeah, okay, that's true.
Because I remember that moment that I was like, no, that didn't line up.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure. Like, I wasn't trying to imply she deceived us. I just was like, damn, bitch, it would have been fucking nice to know. But if she didn't know, like, that's not her fault.
Yeah. I mean, Aventahala did seem keen on all of you bringing Zevran, but Zevran is really smart. He knows things. So, could have just been that.
That's why, that's kind of fucked. But if not, you know.
It's, there's no way of knowing without asking her and forcing her to tell the truth.
Yeah, it's not.
And we can't reach her right now anyway.
Not unless you were to backtrack all the way back up to Avernus.
No. That's silly.
You know.
Okay, sorry, before we jump back into character,
Yeah,
I just have some clarifying question.
Yeah, of course.
So these two books are basically saying, one is saying that in order to ascend, obviously a soul needs to be sacrificed, great. The other one is saying to get to Nessus, to get out of it, soul, okay.
Yeah, to get out of Nessus, the mage that conjures the portal that uses the spell will be consumed.
So, can you only get to Nessus via a portal?
You can only leave Nessus as a mortal soul by teleporting out.
But we can just walk in.
You can just walk in, yeah.
We just can't walk out the same way we walked in?
Correct, yeah.
Which is like, if, you know, Zevran was to stay behind to be that, like, mortal tether, right? Could he also get us out? I mean, because does that not imply that we need two souls, like one that's going to be burned in order to teleport us out?
That's
and one that needs to be tethered?
That's if both are true.
That'd be super awkward, y'all.
Yeah. Because, well, Lila's planning on being the ticket out. She's got the spells, so.
Yeah, she's the only one that does, so. Unless we are able to get, what's his face? The guy that teleported us to the Feywild. But that's also
Imagine we're like, want to sign up for another adventure? Your soul might disintegrate. But...
I mean, wasn't that the thing? He did seem too keen on leaving the Hells. Like, he wanted to stay, you know, he just wanted to get his brother out. So, you know, he could technically stay in the Hells for the rest of his life that way, so.
True. This is true.
He does get his brother out as well, so I don't know.
It's an idea. I mean, they're only one layer away, and you are allied with Belial, so you could have Belial bring them down here.
Oh, but like coercing it would just feel worse, you know. Fuck me.
We're allied with Belial? How did I miss that?
No, not Belial. Sorry, Beelzebul. That was my bad.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Too many B
we met
names.
Belial? I was like, who
No.
is this guy?
No.
Okay. Trying to figure out how to respond to this in character because I got like 7 ideas and none of them are
nice.
Positive.
Yeah. Zevran's not pushing anybody to respond. He just wanted to... You can see that there is a weight off of his chest, but there is also this very intense sadness that's currently like writhing in him and on his face.
Why do you think there's no other way?
I've searched. I've looked. I've read. I went all the way back up to the 6th. To the scribe there in his library. I gave him so much knowledge from the College of Hearthcrest.
What about simulacrums? What about the wish spell? You're not telling me that there's absolutely no other way around this.
Simulacrums don't have souls, Lila. And unless you have a genie in a bottle somewhere, we don't have any wishes.
That's not technically true.
What do you mean?
Elendara in the Feywild promised me that she would cast the spell for me.
The wish spell.
I feel like that was the implication, yes.
Malthian's just
Sorry,
reaffirming.
This was just Brian double checking.
Okay.
So I was like,
She did-
if that
she
was
did
her
say-
being cute, then fuck you, Joe.
No, she did say she would grant you 1 wish.
Well,
We can get back to the Feywild, can't we?
Yeah, you'd need to get Erythor and Vexus.
and they are where?
Lila could get us out.
Just 1 layer up.
Okay.
So you'd need to backtrack.
Which would also, if we backtrack now, that would, end our agreement with Levistus as well. Not Levistus.
Well, Lila could get us
Mephistopheles.
out of the Hells, and then we could still get to the Feywild. And like, I don't know how many times can I cast that. I mean, I have plane shift. I can just do it. We could do it ourselves. We don't have to backtrack. I could probably.
I mean,
plane shift
we
us
would still be
directly to the
leaving.
Feywild.
We'd still
I'm
be
talk-
leaving the layer though.
Yeah.
Well, I
And-
didn't mean right now. I meant
Oh, afterwards? Okay.
after. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, because that's the issue, is you can't come back to the layer you're on unless you go all the way back through the other layers.
No, I meant
like-
when we're done.
Would it be reasonable to assume that the wish could cover the need of both the souls being destroyed if both things are true, or would that, would we still be stuck with someone needing to stay/be sacrificed?
That is a big ask for 1 wish.
Yeah.
In order to be confident that because all of you have read stories like the monkey's paw, you know how badly wishes can go. Granted, Elendara is not a malicious entity granting this wish. She's going to do it to the best of her ability, but
But it's also the magic itself is the thing that tricks him with it. It's not like the caster, right?
Mhm.
It's limited still, yeah.
Yeah. So, you could try 2, but there's probably a greater risk of failure. Or if you go for 1, it's probably more likely to succeed, if both books are true.
Which, if the wish was used for the tether one, because there is, a decent enough chance that the whole teleportation thing is false, right?
Mhm.
So, if we do, like, you know, we get the wish to square away the sacrifice, and then deal with what happens with the teleportation, I feel like that is potentially something we could sell to the two brothers, you know? Like, this is gonna be, like, a potential price thing, but, like, hey, at least your brother, like, you know, gets to be fine and on the material plane, which is, you know, everything he wants, so...
So you're thinking we go back to the Feywild to get them, regardless. Ask for the wish for the tether, bring the boys with us to Mephisto and beyond. Until
Well, I
we
mean,
leave.
We could do that later, like before we do go to Nessus, I think, is when we can do that.
Get the boys.
Because, I don't know, something might change before then, so...
I see what you're saying. I guess you're right.
We don't
It's
need to do
not
it
like we
now.
need to do-
We can-
Yeah, I guess you're
Yeah.
right.
We can
It's
do
not like
other
you're
things
just
and
gonna
square
send it
those
right now.
away. Yeah. Because we ain't leaving anytime soon, as far as we're aware.
Yeah.
Like,
that's true.
Did Yorick tell Lila what he was originally planning on doing with that wish spell, or was that Ryan telling Felicity? I don't remember.
I don't even remember us discussing it, to be honest.
I think or I put puzzle pieces together, but I'm pretty sure I know what Yorick was planning on doing with that wish spell.
What do you think Yorick was planning on doing?
Do you want me to say it out loud or message you?
No, you can message me.
I'm pretty sure I know what Yorick was gonna do with it, and I thought you guys had a conversation about it, but I could
thought
be
we
wrong.
did. Oh, well, I'm goddamn wrong. So
Damn. Not just wrong, but goddamn
So
wrong.
I'm gonna say no. I don't think it's been discussed in game what Yorick was gonna do with it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but yeah, we'll say for now that it has not been discussed.
Somebody check the replay.
I don't remember how long ago that potential
Oh,
conversation.
actually, Yorick and Twig might have talked about it.
bruh.
Maybe not.
I don't think so.
I remember you talking to Yorick about
All right. Well,
But it
then
wasn't
I
out
guess we didn't talk about it. It has been
Yeah,
decided.
it's kind of now. Never happened.
Canonized. No one knows
Well.
what Yorick was gonna wish for, and maybe now you never will. Maybe that'll be in my exit interview for the campaigns.
Oh my god.
I think before like responding like immediately to what Yorick said, I mean Lila's eyes are like welling with like tears, and so her like glassy eyes are just looking between Zevran and Yorick, but she's not saying anything.
Well, I guess we know what we need to do.
Out of character. Sorry. Would Dalfian just return to the surface? Go to the nearest prison. Grab a guy.
Wow.
Hog tie. What?
Fucked up, man.
Wow. Wow.
I can't grab a fucking murderer and be like, "Hey, bud, come with me."
It's not very tightly, really.
Okay,
If
well,
we're,
let's
if we're,
sacrifice
if we're
that
against
friend
the death penalty, this is like worse. So.
then. Hey guys, I'm sorry. I wanted to save our friend.
I was thinking the same thing, literally. But like,
Jesus Christ! I didn't know we were, you know.
I was like, why
I murdered a
would
whole
it-
fucking village of people, but like, let's
I
let him
mean,
rot in prison.
I feel like this is like the whole like trolley problem. Like it's one thing to pull a lever, it's another to like push someone into the track. You know, like I feel like that's what this is.
I don't know.
Okay.
Trainable.
Just go get a dark
so.
friend
Okay.
that still has their soul and go put them in it. Because they're evil, unredeemable, right?
Well, okay, but like, I mean,
like
I don't
Gildavan.
know.
Fuck.
It's fine. I understand what I'm asking for is a lot. I was just like, but I guess
I think the issue is you'd still need to use Vexus and Erythor to get to the material plane and come back.
yeah. I really was thinking out loud. I won't do that anymore.
Damn.
Yeah,
Get shit
never
on.
think again, Jesus.
My bad.
Okay, this is extra fucked up.
Oh, yeah?
But planar binding.
Oh my god.
Summon Celestial!
You
This is terrible.
you so badly want to use that spell at some point this campaign.
I actually do, but if we don't, it's fine. But like, more so I'm like, why be control class if not control people, you know? So...
Yeah, I mean, hard to argue that, but...
I don't know, I think that's fucked up,
So
Felicity.
we're thinking...
You know, agreed.
We're hoping only one of the books are true. Because, I mean, there's a possibility neither of them are true, but Zevran's pretty confident that at least one of them is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we're hoping to use the wish to bypass the one requirement of someone having to, you know, basically have to be sacrificed, die, whatever. And then also using the brothers to get out. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
I was thinking darker than that, but yeah.
Okay, Lila.
No, it's Felicity.
No,
'cause
no,
I
that's
was
okay,
like-
Felicity.
But no, if that works out better, because I was like thinking we had to go. It'd be easier just to go through with the plan and then use a wish to bring Zevran back.
Well, that's what I was also going to ask, is do we use the wish to bring him back, or do we try to get the wish in place to give him protections to make sure he's okay?
Which would be
See, I'd rather
better.
wish to, like, negate the whole thing, because I
Yeah.
think that reduces risk.
And then that also. Sorry, I'm thinking more practical than loving right now. The loving part will come, but I'm like, then he's also there for the final battle. So...
God damn.
And he could die there. Brilliant.
No!
So do we want to go to the Feywild first or not?
No. I think we want to get things at least squared away with Mephisto before we go to Fae.
Sorry, I meant before we go to Nessus. Sorry, yeah.
Oh,
We're gonna
okay,
stay
yes.
We're gonna stay here and deal with Mephisto and Malice first,
Yes,
I
yes,
imagine.
yes. Before we go to Nessus, absolutely get them back. Because also, if we
Okay.
are going to get either brother back to the material, it needs to happen then, basically, I feel like.
Yeah. That's a good idea. I like it.
Yeah.
So back to in character.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like we have a plan then.
I suppose so. I just...
Well, see, now, Zevran, it doesn't even have to be you, because if we have the wish, it can be any one of us. So...
I don't know if I would... There's no way we can know what implications using a wish will have on that situation. If a wish is used to bring me back, does it invalidate that my soul was used to solidify the contract? To solidify her rule, can she be challenged freely? Does it invalidate her claim on the throne?
How easy would it be for a wish spell to be undone?
I mean, depends on the nature of the wish, I imagine.
Because if that's the thing that's then, I guess, securing Eurydice's rule, then would that be a bad idea?
Why can't we just wish that something else can qualify as securing her rule? Like an arm or a leg or an eye, something else. It doesn't have to be a soul. half a soul. Like,
Why
even
can't the wish be there is no longer a soul necessary to sacrifice in order to solidify the agreement?
Were the
Could we
rules
not-
not made by Mount Celestia then, right? With everything that's been said about how it was originally set up,
It would have been, yes.
or was it? And surely they wouldn't want to sacrifice unnecessary souls. I mean, they're meant to be good there, so I don't know if we could change it, right? Change it to something better?
I think if we change it, it is better, and I think it negates the risk of someone challenging later down the line. And it negates the risk of it not even working.
And then the wish could just be a temporary measure, right? We use the wish so it abides with the current rules, and then we change the rules.
Because of what Ephron said. If Malice's plan was to enter this threads of time and change things to her design, I mean, perhaps we could do the same thing. I don't think that we should change much, but
I think that changing things with the weave itself is a very different thing than, well, asking Mount Celestia to change things, though.
But we could rewrite existence, is what Ephraim was saying, if I understood correctly. But
he
there
also
would be a
said-
sacrifice.
Exactly.
Like, I was going to talk to, or try to get further guidance from Corellian about that. Because the way that I'm understanding it is, before even this situation, if we rewrote just to eliminate the Dark One, we may never have met. None of us. Everything that we've done today could be gone, depending how far back we have to go. Granted, I would do it. Not that I want that to be true, but if that was our only option to save existence, I would do it. But there's a price, and there will be a price if we do it that way as well, without the wish, you know? Just, we gotta think about it. And if the gods aren't able to guide us from here, we have to figure it out ourselves now. And I think that's what our choice would be.
I don't know. I think that is an option. I don't think that's the only option. And I only say that because of how, and at least my understanding, and I know it's not vast, but at least my understanding of how the wheel works and the different threads that there are, I don't think we have to unravel an entire thread. Essentially, that's what the Dark One is trying to do. To break and get rid of every thread and make it his. I think that we might have options. But I think that is a step ahead of what we have to do right now. I understand what you're saying, Lila, I do. But I think our first step in getting there is getting Eurydice where she needs to be. Taking care of Malice. And getting out of here. Without sacrificing any of us. Just looking at Zevran. I think you give us the opportunity to find a different way. You looked, you tried, now it's our turn. We have an idea, we have a plan. We all have this habit of trying to plan 10 steps ahead and looking into the future, but I feel as though sometimes we get caught up in what could or what may or what might, whereas we need to focus on the now and what's in front of us. And I think our first step is getting back to the Feywild, unless I am wrong. Which I often am.
True.
Thanks, York.
You're welcome, bud.
Nalfian is right. That should be the first priority. The last thing I'll say is I appreciate all of you trying. And if there can be another way, I will gladly accept it. But
stop.
If there isn't, I've already come to terms with it.
I'm glad that you have, but we haven't.
Yes. Oh. I understand.
Lila looks like she's about to be sick, so she's gonna leave and go deal with that.
You can see Zevran will hesitate for a moment, but then Lila go to follow you.
She's like turning into her winter colors as she's like she's like rushing. I don't know if he's like trying to like say something to her, but she's just trying to like get out of that space as fast as possible.
I think he would follow and are you heading to like your private room?
You know, I don't even know. I think she's just trying to leave. I think she's not thinking straight, so probably just wherever was the nearest place to like leave.
Yeah. The closest place would be like a small study that is off to the side by, maybe 20, 30 feet. So as you head in there, Zevran will enter as well, and he'll say, if you don't want to talk about it anymore, we don't have to, but the reason I decided to say something was because of you. I don't know, I could feel something pulling me, and I know it was you. relationships are built on honesty and trust, and I was dishonest. And I'm sorry. And we don't need to talk about it more. I know that was a lot, but I will stay here with you.
I just want to be mad at you so badly, but I can't be because how could I? You're giving up your life, or you're planning to. I'm going to do everything in my power that we don't. It's like I'm so angry and so hurt, but I'm also so sad. And I know it's not like you could, you feel trapped. I get it. And I understood why you wanted to hide that. Because this is fucking awful. And I don't know, I didn't realize that after going to the Feywild, both of us would return with news of us not being able to potentially spend the rest of our lives together. It's like you go from seeing your future and then it just shatters. And that was another thing I wanted to reach out to Krellian about. I wanted to know what options we had.
And what did he say?
He's not there. There's nothing. And I'm just trying to keep it together because we lost Twig, we almost lost Nalfian. You have Balefire now. I just don't feel prepared. For the first time in my life, I feel like I'm an absolute mess. And I also feel like I don't know how to fix any of this. But I'm going to.
You can see.
We're all making it out of the hells. And the Dark One's going away somehow. It's happening. It fucking has to.
You see Zevran does smile. Just a slight one. As he says, see? This is why I knew it was a good idea to tell you. If anybody had the tenacity to find a different way, it would be you. And he would hug you very tightly.
Yeah, she's just bawling.
Yeah, and he would definitely, not to use a tired metaphor, but he would definitely use the Disney princess method. And he would hold you for as long as you hang on.
Yeah. I don't think she would let go for a while.
Yeah.
And I think while she's holding on to him, she'll say quietly to him, and just say, we'll figure this out. We will. Because I don't know how I'm going to go on if we don't.
You see, he nods solemnly, and with your passive insight, he wants to believe you. And he's willing to try. But
I don't know what his passive insight is, but she's not confident either.
I think he would even pick up on that. With a 13 passive insight.
Actually, her passive insight is fucking 13 as well.
Oh, it is?
Twins! But I think they're both kind of not holding it together very well anyway. Not peak performance. But yeah, I think she'll just stay with him because it's like a combination of wanting to soothe both him and her right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the two of you stay together. And with that, all of you are able to return to rest. A bit of a tireless sleep, but sleep nonetheless. After 4 hours of meditation for some of you and 8 hours of rest for the others, you awake. And you ready yourselves for whatever the day has in store for you. Your confrontation of Mephistopheles, and potentially delving into the crypt of Malice where her phylactery lie. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break right there, because it's a really good break point, and we'll be back in, let's say, 05. 05. So whatever hour...
in the chat.
05. Thanks for watching so far, and we'll be right back.
To finish the story.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard? Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
He's gay, but he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting about him.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is done so well. But here's the thing. It grows to be more in depth. The spirit world becomes a thing, and it grows even more in depth after that. More layers get added on more layers, right? Not everybody in the Earth Kingdom is good. Not everybody in the Water Tribes. They're not all underpowered, right? Because the Northern Water Tribe is so strong. And not everybody in the Fire Nation is evil. The layers continue to be added the longer the story goes on. In your campaign, do that. Most people have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't know where to start. They think they need 7 kingdoms, hundreds of houses, thousands of NPCs. No! Stop! You don't need that. What you need is one town, one place, 4 or 5 NPCs, and an inciting incident.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this.
Every day I wake up and I hope you're dead. Dead like if I can guarantee Henry would be okay, I'd hope you get an illness and then get hit by a car and die.
In this video, we're going to talk about secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10. Rescue missions. Task your players with rescuing an NPC or retrieving an item during combat. It will help add layers of urgency and potentially even a moral dilemma. My favorite example of this is instead of sending the players to kill the goblin camp that may raid the village, right? That's a consequence. Sometimes that's good enough. The goblins abducted the blacksmith. And now they need to save the blacksmith and kill the goblins. It's a secondary objective that spices things up.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me. You need me to save you. You do. I am the only one who possibly can. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
Holy, look at all this damage.
Where? Where? Where, Dwight?
Seems like you already know where.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent.
Now is left to me to deal with him. You can't.
If you try to interfere,
This becomes a much simpler matter. I will kill your wife. I will kill your son. I will kill your infant daughter.
But for now, we're going to look at a slightly different system that doesn't just affect the moment of death, but the moments before death, something that makes combat more grounded, horror more horrifying, and sacrifices all the more heroic. Picture a movie fight scene between a hero and villain. They're clashing blades, dancing back and forth, parrying, dodging, blocking, keeping up with each other's advances, surprising each other with new techniques and strategies, until finally, one of them lands a devastating blow. It's not just a graze on the arm, it's not just a smack on the chest. It's 0 HP. When using the point of no return system, we want to draw attention to this moment of the fight, to make that hit extra cinematic and weighted and affect the decisions that your players are going to make when they are given that critical choice of staying down or getting up.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
So with that, let's go ahead and dive into our first build, the level 5 Blighted Warden.
In the shadowed underbrush of the ancient forest, where the line between decay and growth blurs, the Blighted Warden moves unseen. A spectral guardian at the crossroads of life and death, melding the Gloomstalker's mastery of darkness with the Circle of Spore's eerie command over fungal life. They are the embodiment of nature's unchecked, wild ferocity. With each arrow knocked from their twisted, spore-infested bow, they strike with the precision of night and the inevitable spread of decay. A silent protector of the natural order's darker, untamed side.
So there we go. There's our thematic intro.
I have to finish the story.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard? Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
He's gay, but he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting about him.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is done so well. But here's the thing. It grows to be more in depth. The spirit world becomes a thing, and it grows even more in depth after that. More layers get added on more layers, right? Not everybody in the Earth Kingdom is good. Not everybody in the Water Tribes. They're not all underpowered, right? Because the Northern Water Tribe is so strong. And not everybody in the Fire Nation is evil. The layers continue to be added the longer the story goes on. In your campaign, do that. Most people have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't know where to start. They think they need 7 kingdoms, hundreds of houses, thousands of NPCs. No! Stop! You don't need that. What you need is one town, one place, 4 or 5 NPCs, and an inciting incident.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this.
Every day I wake up and I hope you're dead. Dead like if I can guarantee Henry would be okay, I'd hope you'd get an illness and then get hit by a car and die.
In this video, we're going to talk about secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10. Rescue missions. Task your players with rescuing an NPC or retrieving an item during combat. It will help add layers of urgency and potentially even a moral dilemma. My favorite example of this is instead of sending the players to kill the goblin camp that may raid the village, right? That's a consequence. Sometimes that's good enough. The goblins abducted the blacksmith. And now they need to save the blacksmith and kill the goblins. It's a secondary objective that spices things up.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me. You need me to save you! You do. I am the only one who possibly can. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
Holy look at all this damage!
Where? Where? Where, Dwight?
Seems like you already know where.
All right, we're back. Let's dive in.
Yeah.
All right. Picking up where we left off. Excuse me. Our group of adventurers had done two major things. The first thing, Yorick had a conversation with Glacia. In the duration of the conversation, nothing was really gained too much from either side, aside from they now know exactly where they stand. Glacia's aim isn't power, but destruction. She wants to tear it all down. She wants it all to turn to dust and ruin. And Yorick tries to convince her otherwise, but sadly it seems as though those conversations or those words fell on deaf ears. Glacia did say that she would do him the favor of removing the soldiers from in front of Mephistopheles' keep. A helping hand that probably was not as beneficial to the party as Yorick would have hoped. Leaving from the area, they return to the manor. Yorick also, during that conversation, learns about the death of the Raven Queen, at least according to Glacia, which isn't the most reliable source when it comes to news like that. But as we return, conversations happen about the conversation with Glacia, and a stalemate is had on that. It seems as though her elimination might be the only course forward. Lila then takes a moment to try to connect to Corellian, to try and pray and have him answer some questions, but sadly, no Corellian responds. Just a dark tendril of nothingness reaches out to her, speaks to her. Nothing but ruin and despair fills Lila. As she shuts off the connection, she still has her clerical abilities, but it seems as though the worst is in store for most of the gods. Now, from there, Zevran paces back and forth in his room and eventually decides to go to the party and tell them of what he's found. That in order to leave the Hells and in order to have someone ascend the throne, a soul needs to be sacrificed. One for each. Now, he's not sure which is true in terms of the two books, because one could be a lie, but at least as it stands now, there are two souls that need to be sacrificed. The party tries their best to brainstorm solutions, and it seems as though the most likely one is calling upon Vexus and Erythor to potentially have Vexus sacrifice himself so his brother can escape. And before heading to Nessus, going to the Feywild to wish for the claiming of the soul for the throne be undone and not be something that is a requirement for that ascension. But with that, after a conversation between Lila and Zevran, the party rests. They wake the next morning, fully restored, but still mentally shaken, as they prepare themselves to leave to communicate with Mephisto and tell him what happened and how he won't be getting what he originally wanted.
So, as all of you are getting ready in the morning, is there anything in particular everybody wanted to do, or are you just packing up and heading out?
I don't think I have anything in particular. I am just gonna look at my spell list, so just to, you know, make sure everything's decharged or whatever used up charges. Yeah. Blah.
I got a small thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yorick in his room before heading out to join everyone else, he's going to pull out that old box that has the like bone carved statues of the wild hunt that he used to kind of summon and commune with them. And as he opens it, Yorick, like, does Yorick feel any sort of connection with them, or does it feel empty?
The connection with the statues feels very faint.
Okay. Yorick's gonna shut it, put it away, and then head out to join everyone else.
Okay. Alrighty. Yorick, you join the rest of your companions, and I'm assuming nobody has anything else?
Nope.
All right. So, you all exit the mansion, and you can see the Arcans are hard at work within the area near the source as all of you step out. You can hear the grinding of metal, the hissing of steam, the churning of arcane power. And you can hear all of the Arcans shouting back and forth. A community. I mean, in all reality, a civilization returned in some small way. But as all of you exit, you can see Ephron greets all of you as he says,
I'm very relieved to see all of you have decided to emerge. We are ready for your departure. In fact, we have prepared a small craft to make your traversal across Khania easier. I will pilot it, getting all of you to Mephistopheles' keep faster, and then I will return here. And I will also give you the device to use as a hologram to communicate with Mephistopheles.
Are your people preparing in case there is a fight?
We are ready. We did not come this far to simply fall over and die, should someone disagree with us being here. We're awake. We're ready. We will fight if we need to.
Good.
In your repairs and inventory search, were you able to find any diamonds? Or have any left over?
Yes, we were. In fact, Lila, when all of you finish with destroying the phylactery, there is a smith who will be able to work with your weapons from the material plane and enhance them. Now, in the time frame that we have, it will be temporary. It will only be a one-time use of balefire, and then it will need to be recharged again by someone like yourself or Zevran, perhaps, that has the ability to cast balefire. But diamonds, yes. Now,
No, that's great news too, thank you.
the diamonds are valuable to our devices, but we do have some we're able to spare considering the numbers we lost. I'm able to give you 5 diamonds of a gold value of approximately 1,000 1,000 each.
No.
Please, when you use these, remember the only reason you have them is because Arcans perished. They are for you to use, but many died so they could be yours. Use them with care.
It will definitely not be forgotten. Thank you. He's not saying that Arcans, like, right this second died just to give us 5 diamonds, right?
No,
He's
no,
saying-
no. The ones in the pods that just expired over time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I think that's what he's meaning, but did he say people had to die like yesterday for these? Okay.
There could have been
Arcans
Arcans that died yesterday.
People I called friend for you to have these. Like, Jesus Christ, that is not what we asked.
I was like, I was not asking for exactly. Okay, I was like thinking that, but then I was like, am I misunderstanding? Because then my reaction seemed very cold, if that's what it was. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Mm-hmm.
But if all of you are ready, we can depart now. We've repaired most of the elevator shaft, so we'll have an easier time getting to the surface than all of you had getting down here.
I think we're ready.
Yeah.
Very good. And Nalfian, I am going to deposit into the wrist cuff there, which please keep it. It will do much more good in your hands than in someone else's here. I'm going to deposit the location of where we believe the phylactery to be. There is a temporal anomaly near Mephistopheles' keep. Its reality is distorted, assuming to hide it from Mephistopheles, but so close to him that no other devil would dare go near it. Those coordinates will be on your wrist cuff, and you'll be able to follow them, same as you followed them down here.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Well then, let's go.
With that, all of you head up and head out. Whereas it took you several hours to descend the depths of this ship, in a few minutes, from the very bottom, a lightning fast elevator shoots you up. Almost like one of those bullet trains where you just, in seconds, you go hundreds of feet up in the air and you don't even notice. For those of you that are a little claustrophobic, you are very thankful that it's such a short duration you're in the elevator. But easy enough, you exit out the door that you came in, surrounded by the frozen city, and that you now know the ship, the Northern Star. You can see there are several mechanics out here that have been working on what looks to be a small hovercraft of sorts. There is enough seating in it for the 4 of you plus Zevran plus Ephron to drive. And Ephron will hand Yorick the hologram device and simply say,
whenever you are ready to call upon the High Arbiter, activate that device and just give it a few moments, and he will answer and communicate with Mephistopheles and, well, assure him of whatever he needs to hear.
Of course, and that would be this button here, yes?
You can tap it anywhere.
Oh, wow.
Don't do it now, though. It'd be a false alarm.
Yeah, of course, would
But
not do that.
I promise it
Step away.
works.
Cool. Thanks.
He nods. All right. You can see the mechanics just finish up their final repairs, and all of you are able to get in. Back once again to being in a ship piloted by Ephron.
And you begin to traverse the frozen lands of Khania. The only difference now than this art that you had seen before is there are now no devils anywhere in these plains of ice and snow. It's empty. I mean, the wind is truthfully the only thing you hear. You see, every once in a while, a collection of patrolling devils, some flying ones and some ones on the ground just to make sure that all of Glacia's troops have moved. But seeing all of you return, some of the devils do direct you towards the keep. As all of you approach.
But, like, the devils seem at least non-hostile towards us?
Yeah, for right now, yeah.
Okay. I'll take it.
Okay.
I mean, if anything, we can spin it to where it's like, you know, we're the ones who got them to go away.
See, it's like when you pass someone's family right after you like break up with them, you know, and you're like, hey, everything's cool, right?
You got your new couple in the car with you, you know.
Literally, this happened with me in college with Luca, but I could tell that story later. Oh, no. It was so awkward.
All right.
Anywho.
You approach the gates. The gates open for you, and Ephron will nod to all of you as you all dismount. And he wishes you luck on the rest of your journey. And when all of you meet him on the material plane, after you've communicated with the leaders of the material plane that there will be aliens emerging from the sky, they will leave the Hells and head there to help rally the defenses.
Do you need me to cast that now? Or are we waiting till after the...
No, they still need a few weeks to finish all their repairs.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. So you got time. Okay.
Cool, I want that spell slot. Cool.
So with that, you enter the keep. You ascend the stairs. And you enter the hall of Mephistopheles. You can see Mephistopheles sits in his throne at the end of the room. He stands, seeing you approach, and says, "Well, welcome back. However, unless it is in that bag of holding there, I assume there is no energy source."
Yeah, not quite. Things got a little bit more complicated than we were expecting. Good job on winning out there, though.
Very strange. Glacia's forces just up and left, not but several hours ago.
Anyway, we couldn't get you your source, but we have something you're definitely going to be interested in.
Well, I would hope so.
York's gonna tap the device and set it down on the table.
You see, he just kind of like narrows his eyes.
It takes a second. We'll just... York taps it again.
After a few moments, the hologram does appear.
There it is.
And it is the size of a normal humanoid. It's not shorter or smaller at all. It's as tall as Antris is. As appearing, all of you see this shady blue hologram of the High Imperator of the Arcans.
Greetings, Mephisto. My name is Antris Thalarian. I am High Imperator of the Archons and Admiral of the Northern Star, the ship that possessed the energy source that you sent these adventurers after. I would like to explain a few things to you before you ask any questions, if that is all right with you.
You can see Mephistopheles' eyes narrow and look to all of you, and then look back to the hologram. Well, if nothing else, I am so interested right now. Please, explain.
Good. I will. The Archons, my people, some 8,000, are not denizens of this plane, nor denizens of this existence. At the end of our timeline, when the Dark One all but consumed everything, we were able to jump from one reality to another. The only way to ensure my people's survival was to take the 10,000 best and brightest of all of us and put every single one of us into a cryo sleep, practically freezing us to ice in the hopes that one that we sent beforehand would be able to reawaken us. That energy source is not only what kept us alive, but also it's what reawoken us. We cannot make an energy source as powerful as that one, as the only reason we were able to make one that strong was because our universe was ending. However, these adventurers here told me, the saviors of my people told me, the reason you wish to have this energy source is to help free the hells of its need for souls as fuel. If this is your true intention, we will help you in doing so. It will be a slower process, but I can guarantee you it will be more effective than using such a powerful energy source. The only reason I believe you would not be accommodating to this request is if you had alternative ideas and intentions with that energy source. So, Mephistopheles, Archdevil of the Eighth, did you have alternative ideas for my people's power source? Or simply, do you just have the one desire? Because if that is the case, we will help you execute it after the material plane, and by that extension, this entire existence has been saved. If you do not agree to these terms, well, it is not my place to make the deal. That is theirs. However, know that if you have other intentions, we will discover it. We have fought against the darkest realities that time can conjure. And I can tell you right now, Mephistopheles, we do not fear you.
You can see Mephistopheles sort of leans back in, like, slack-jawed. And he's telling the truth. Well, I have to say, I am impressed. And all of you can attest to this as well. This is true, what he speaks.
Every word of it.
Yep.
He looks to you, Yorick, and Nalthian again, being the two that speak up, and says, "Tell me the truth." And I need both of you to make charisma saving throws.
Not like we're lying about anything.
Something like Twig or Lila could react to, because it's a very verbal thing.
Is he using like any sort of subtle spell, or are we noticing he's like doing something here?
And this isn't a spell either. This is just him using his domain.
I don't care if it's a spell. I just want to be able to give people a reroll.
Yeah, sure. You could give somebody a reroll.
Okay.
I mean, I'd like that if that's okay.
Yeah, I will expend. I think it's like 2 charges. Yeah, 2 charges to let you re-roll that, or it's advantage. So if you do go worse, then
my dice
What
are
the
still
fuck?
mad. My dice are still
give
mad
you
at you
this
for
gift.
last week.
Oh my god. I got like 3
Nalfian?
charges back to my cloak as well, so that's rough.
Nalfian, by this realm effect, you just barely succeed.
Bro.
Yorick, you feel compelled to tell the truth. So, and Mephistopheles can see that it works on you, and he says, that's more like it. Is this true?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Why would you think we'd come here and lie to you? After not getting exactly what you wanted, we tried to do the best we could and make a compromise. And you expect us to come in and lie?
It's not the first time I've been lied to by adventurers.
That's wonderful, but you haven't been lied to by us.
He looks to you, Yorick. What do you want out of this?
I mean, this is Ryan talking, like, this meeting? Like, what does he mean by that question?
You can interpret it however you want.
Okay. But I have to tell the truth, because I failed,
Correct.
yes?
Mm-hmm.
I want to stop Glacia because she's given up. She's more like the Abyss now, where she wants to see everything destroyed and burned. All 9 layers. And after that will come the material plane and everything else. And I'm hoping you can slow her down, if not help us stop her.
What would you like to do to me? If we didn't need this relationship where we needed each other?
I'd rather never see or think about you ever again.
Right. Very good. And you can see he releases the effect on you. You can feel your ability to lie, if you wish, return.
Mm-hmm.
Since all of you affirm that what he says is true, I would like added to the contract some language that puts this on a timeline after the Dark One has been dealt with.
Is he saying, like,
elaborate?
As in...
Yeah.
So he'll say, when the Dark One has been defeated and a great celebration is had across the plains, I want, written into the contract, forced to be upheld by him, Antris, Thalarion, and Eurydice, to ensure that I receive what was promised. I'm all right with, what do we say, 100 years? I think that should be more than enough time. You can see Antris thinks for a moment, and unless all of you try to stop him from speaking, Antris will respond logistically.
No, I don't think Lila would, but she doesn't want to speak on their
Like,
behalf.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Sorry.
Yeah.
He wanted the... I mean, is he, like, assuming that this isn't going to be done in 100 years? Like...
He just wants something baked into the contract that makes sure that it's not just a promise, that it is a contractual obligation to fulfill to create these sources.
It's not like we're putting in one piece of the 20 bajillion piece puzzle, like one a year, and it's like, well, we're getting there.
Yeah, nah, for sure.
Yeah, that's reasonable, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
But he's talking, sorry, the way he phrased it, he's talking about how he wants the original power source or this alternative that is being offered.
The alternative.
Okay, because, sorry, the way you said it, I was like, haha, I gotcha. All right. Yeah,
So-
as long as he means the alternative, then, yeah, 100 years if Ephron's people think they can do that.
Yeah. The High Imperator will say,
I am unsure if we can promise 100 years. I would need some time, perhaps a week, to get the exact numbers done. But perhaps we could sign now. I'm more than willing to make that promise for my people, that they would be willing to execute this for you. We sign into the contract that within 1 week's time from now, the blank is filled in. The number of years is filled in. And I have no reason to lie to you, Mephistopheles. I am here because they requested this. However long it will take us is however long it will take us. There is no deception from my end. In fact, my people do not like deception. We think it is the lowest form of charisma.
Well, damn.
it was cute at first, but I would recommend stopping the jabs. Very well. I can agree to this middle ground for now. 1 week to learn the exact number of years. And I will sign. I will support Eurydice in her claim, provided all we talked about before is also part of it. Allowing the souls to leave the hell should they be redeemed, and for this alternative energy source to move its way through the hells.
And obviously with the whole, like, they were going to create... There was going to be, like, another group, so it wasn't just him making decisions. It was going to be, like, a group that worked with him to kind of oversee that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, all that stuff we talked about before is still in place. All agreements up until now are still valid.
Correct.
We're also adding the condition that the Arcans had that was basically like, as long as this will be fulfilled unless they find out there's an alternative motive of Mephistopheles, and then, like, all presses stop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that seems reasonable, because, yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure that's written out, too, because I don't want to trap them into being forced to do it.
And also, our non-aggression pact will also extend to the Arcans.
I love that. Yes, add that. I mean, that kind of just makes sense, like, he needs them. But yes, I agree.
Just to make sure he doesn't kidnap, like, Ephron's daughter, and all of a sudden it's like, you got 5 years, son, you know?
Yeah,
Oh my
that'd be
God.
awful.
Classic mafia boss move, you know?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
it's you.
I'm not saying Joe would do that. Joe would never threaten a kid in, you know, Dungeons and Dragons, but...
Crazy.
Anywho, he only
But I
killed
mean,
one last session.
honestly, even if it's just the thing of just, like, you know, during the time that, like, the alternate power source is being worked on, Mephistopheles has to, you know, meet all their requirements, like any resources they'll need, and, well, if he can, and also, like, not impede or harm them in any way. I feel like that's a reasonable thing.
Yeah. Which, if he really wants this, then it makes sense that, yeah, why wouldn't he agree to that?
Yeah. So they get to be safe for as long as basically they're there. And then I'm guessing after everything's done, they're just gonna fuck off back to the Astral Sea.
Or who knows? Might hang out on
Stay
the material
around.
plane.
I mean, look, They can come to fucking Talamir anytime. We'll vibe. We'll have, like, you know... have little tours. Them see and appreciate the material playing, because I don't know how much time they could spend there before it was, like, you know, all just falling apart.
Oh, tea.
They're welcome anytime, you know.
But everything is agreed to.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if
also,
you're asking us.
it's more directed at Joe, but yeah.
My bad.
No, you're good. The only other thing that all archdevils have the ability to challenge Eurydice, and when they do that, it's put up to a vote if it is a valid claim. That was the only other thing that needs to be added.
Yep.
Yeah, because that was all things that we discussed last time we had a big convo with him, right? So.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I got all those, because this contract, who knows what implications it's going to have for the world of Illica in the future, but I'd like to have the full contract. So that way we, you know, that way it's there, time immemorial.
Yep, totally understand. Here's my pen. You can just use that. Just right there, please.
Sign in blood.
That's not in character. I didn't do that.
Okay, yeah, Mephistopheles.
I didn't do that. That's not. A
I'm gonna need you to roll initiative right now. All right.
No. Oh, what? After all the shit that's been said, that's what drove him over the edge. Being offered a pen. I like. That's a good.
Listen,
pen.
it was strike
It's
one
actually like a
and two was from the
lightning pen, where
Imperator.
it's actually a sword.
All right. So with that, Mephistopheles, after the contract is by your paralegal and by his, gone over, rewritten, adjusted here and there. Signature happens. And because of the change, any addendum, Levistus required that he must be notified. So Levistus appears and says, "Hello! Oh, I'm so glad things are going well. Hello, Yori!"
We'll workshop that.
What? Oh, I thought that was Nalfian.
No, that was not Nalfian, that was Kayla.
I hear there's been some changes. Do you mind if I read them?
Doesn't matter what we feel. It's in the contract. He just slides it over.
Just trying to be courteous. But
Yeah,
of
just a bit
course.
devil humor. Am I right? Did I do it wrong? All right.
And you see he like pulls out his readers. No, he doesn't.
Oh my god.
He's got true
I
sight.
would
He doesn't
love
need glasses.
glasses.
A power replace the need for souls in the hells. Oh. Now, Mephisto, is this because of the one man? No, I shouldn't prod.
Don't,
Is he already had a day?
We all have.
Oh, all right. Figured I said anything. All right. Oh, but an additional committee to help govern over this process. Fantastic idea. Good on all of you.
Sorry, I just shut down the lore there, gang, but I need this signed.
The law.
I also was like, was him?
Over the course of
Take the law.
150.
Ramble about it later, you know.
Yes. How long do Arcans live for? You can see that.
I know. I thought that was you going. All of a sudden, like you don't know the answer to your own.
No. It was just he looks up and the comes from the hologram as the High Imperator. He, for one, just is like, why do you have this relationship with Levistus? And will say,
Arcans have a lifespan that varies greatly. Some live for 40 years, others can live up to 400. It's entirely genetics, based off family lines. I will say that there are trade-offs. Those who live longer tend to have lower capacity for physical and mental strain, stress, and growth. The Arcans that we brought with us all have an average lifespan of around 100 to 150 years.
oh, so this is a multi generational. Multi by one, but still multi. So this will be something that your children finish. Interesting.
I mean, yeah, I guess they're the ones signing up for it. They're not us.
All right. Hopefully that doesn't breed contempt later on. I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's see. Mephistopheles must give all the required resources. Oh, really footing the bill on that one, aren't you? You must really want this. Lovely. And here we have it. This right here is the truly undeniable part. You wanted this to be just you, didn't you? You wanted to be the only one to challenge Eurydice, and now we all can! Oh, I'm sure you're just so frustrated. All right, sure, I'll sign it. And Levistus signs his part.
Oh my god.
You can see Mephistopheles is just in his throne, just not saying anything.
Well, at least we don't have to worry about them ganging up on Eurydice.
That's true. At the very least, they're not friends, for sure.
I really need fucking the High Imperator, Levistus, and Mephistopheles just be in a room and forced to talk to each other for an hour. Like, I need that.
That would be really funny.
They'd all be dead is the problem.
Oh,
all three of them.
So funny.
You know, as he finishes signing, I was really worried, Mephistopheles. I thought this was going to end much differently, as he passes it back to Mephistopheles and Mephistopheles signs his part. And why is that, Levistus? Well, now that we've signed the contract, there is a pact of non-aggression between us, so I'm not afraid to say this, but I saw your guest you had in here before they all arrived. Did you tell them about that?
Who's his guest?
No, I don't know if you all know her. Big, great sword, intimidating presence, green skin. Daughter of Osmodeus. The only downside is I think Glacia underestimated you. She only saw you as that snivelly little imp you used to be. Not the grand archdevil you are now. I would never ever underestimate you, Mephisto. I know you too well. Well, with that, I think I should leave you all to it. I'm sure you might have a little bit more to talk about. Remember, Mephisto, you might think you know everything, but now that I'm back, you won't get away with things so easily. Farewell. And this cold mist envelops him as he vanishes. Mephisto bound to the contract, having signed it. Yes. Before you ask anything else, Glacia did come to me beforehand.
Could I, we're on good terms. Just before he starts telling this, because I know we are obligated to believe him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Within reason, yeah.
Within reason.
Y'all, this is what I want to cast etherealness so Lila can go into the ethereal plane and have an easier time figuring out if he's telling the truth or not. But I don't want to seem suspicious and just cast it right now. You know?
Is there a non-suspicious way to cast that?
It's verbal and semantic, so probably not.
You also vanish into the ethereal plane.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
That's the other part.
I mean, Lila's been hiding behind Yorick the entire time. Like, kind of being like what he said, kind of.
Could you mind read him? Does that bypass that, or
he would
There's
know.
no way he wouldn't know.
But, I mean, he can't do anything about it. He can't slap you, you know?
Well, I mean, he signed the contract. Like, he has an agreement with us. He wants to see us succeed. Like, why would he lie about whatever Glacia wants?
I won't do
or
it,
whatever
but
she did.
but more so, I think he might cover his ass for something he did with her.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it'd have to be a pretty big fuck up for us to kill him here.
I don't want to kill him here. I just meant I wanted to figure out if he was lying at all. But I will not. I feel like there's no way to do it, but I wanted to, so everyone can know that. You may go on. Sorry.
No, you're good. Glacia came to me before all of you arrived. She refused to sign a contract binding the two of us together, but decided to threaten me. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the Forsaken known as Everyone.
Yep.
Well. She said that if I aided her in what she wanted, that Hound of the Dark One would not come and claim me and my throne, pulling a cruel mimicry of myself, ruling as Mephisto while I myself rotted away in a tower in the astral sea.
Question, Joe.
Yeah.
These contracts can only be signed by devils, right?
Yes, you are specifically getting the devil, Mephistopheles, Lord of the Eighth, to sign. While everyone's copying can sometimes go deeper than just the surface, I would say all of you are pretty confident that it would not have, the signing wouldn't have been as successful.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, I just checking because I was a little suspect. Continue.
I was like getting ready to go.
Unless there has been some dramatic jump in everyone's power, that shouldn't be possible.
Okay.
But there's a crack. They're all getting stronger. Sorry. That's literally what you told us.
Listen, two things can be true at once. I don't know what you want me to say.
I feel like if it was everyone, the whole bit with Levistus wouldn't have just. Yeah, I agree, Gemma. I feel like that would have been. That would have all that wouldn't have been said and wouldn't have happened.
Yeah. So I think Levistus just likes fucking with him, obviously. And if it's not him that he's fucking with, I don't think he'd care as much, you know?
So why did she leave you alone?
Well, it was what she requested of me. I was to use my powers within the realm to ensure that Merca could enter behind all of you. So they may steal the core, and so Glacia and the Dark One could have used it.
What, so you're just hoping we'd win that fight? What if we hadn't?
Well, then my allegiance would have been to the Dark One, and then nobody gets what they want. However, as I understand it, Merca is not the first of the Forsaken you've challenged, and the last one you fought was in their own lair, correct?
Yeah.
It was a bet I had to take. Glacia sat in here with me the entire time until she was pulled away by you, Yorick.
Why take all of her troops? Why leave you alone after everything fell apart?
Well, if I can make any guess at why that would be, I think she miscalculated in believing that if there was no danger at my doorstep, I would be inclined to disagree with your contract, to forge my own path. But she underestimated how much that energy source mattered to me, and how much my plan matters to me. You see, I do not want to see the destruction of all things. I have not given up yet. I know what Asmodeus did to this place by taking over, and I refuse to allow that reality to exist. So hopefully with Eurydice, we can make a difference. But I feel as though our deal has come to an end. I will provide the resources necessary for all of you to enter Nessus when you are ready. The confrontation against Glacia and to solidify Eurydice on the throne will be nothing short of bloody, you must understand.
I have a question. How are we getting out of Nessus? Oh, how are we getting out of Nessus?
Well, for mortals, it is a taxing process to leave Nessus. I was not an archdevil when Asmodeus ascended the throne, but I remember when it happened, the hells shook, as if it was turned upside down and then right side up. Everything cracked and broke and reformed. You won't be able to retrace your steps all the way back to Avernus. You'll have to leave through Nessus, and when you do, the individual that casts the spell, their body will be put through great turmoil, and there is a chance a lesser spellcaster will be trapped here. But for someone as powerful as you, Lila, that shouldn't be an issue.
Does he seem like he's being truthful?
He always seems like he's being truthful.
Yeah. Well...
Sorry, I forgot. I mean, the fact that he gave basically the same information that was in the book without knowing we had the book, I feel like is a good sign, you know?
Yeah, and I'll let you make an insight check, Kayla.
Nope. Yeah, that's alright. He's always being Mubby. I just wanted confirmation from him saying it, that's all. Rather than a book that could have been a lie.
Well, and that non-aggression pact, I mean, the thing about that is he can't really influence your minds as much anymore.
Yeah, no, I get it. Like I said, I just wanted him to say it so I know we were going to get from more than just a book that he found. He said it could have been a lie. I was just trying to get confirmation.
No, yeah, you're good. You're good. So, yes.
That's all Nalfian wanted to say.
Zevran will say, so it doesn't require a soul to leave? No, it... Ah, yes. You must have stumbled upon some ancient reading, didn't you? Trusting the words of Belial. Well, that was your first mistake.
What about binding or whoever is binding or finishing the contract for Eurydice to ascend. What does that process look like? Because we've done some reading, but maybe there's some misinformation.
That one is a bit more foggy on my end, I must admit. You see, as I said, I was not Archdevil when Osmodeus rose. All I know is that it was a great deal of magic and power that allowed him to ascend that throne. And if my energy source was fully operational already, perhaps a soul wouldn't be required. But the thing is, everything in the hells has a cost, and that cost is always a soul.
We should go.
Yes, you should. You must rest before further delving into the hells. Whenever you are ready to depart to Nessus, come back here, and I will open the gate for all of you. Farewell, Forerunners. Good luck on whatever awaits you next. And you can see, I mean, kind of having been bested in more ways than one, a lot of the life and levity is sucked from Mephistopheles from when you first encountered him, when he thought he had leverage. Now he doesn't. He's defeated. In the only way, truthfully, that Mephistopheles can be. It's really the only thing he's ever been the best at. And you all beat him.
Kind of sad, bro.
Just a little bit.
Not so bad. Almost.
So with that, all of you will descend the keep and head back out into the winter weather.
Yep.
I mean, I guess, do we just start marching towards where Malice's phylactery? Like,
yeah.
we're like, that is happening so fast.
It's time to go.
Okay.
Nyla shifts weaves into her winter clothes if she hasn't already. I'm sure she has.
Okay. So, sorry, I'm looking for the thing here. Alrighty. So with that, all of you begin your march. So, as you all head that way, it's probably about a 6-hour walk through the snows of Khania in order to get there. During this time, does anybody have anything they are wanting to chat about before heading in?
I mean, unless anyone has anything for the beginning of it, at the end, Twig would want to go to Malfian, but...
No, I would say the entire time.
Well, how is Twig looking I mean,
Wait,
I
Kayla,
kinda
what were you gonna
know-
say?
Sorry, did I cut you off?
No, you're good. I was just gonna make a comment that Nalfin is just like huddled into himself and he's not really saying anything towards the direction. So that's it. Sorry, Felicity, go ahead.
No, yeah, I mean, that was what I was going to ask, is how both Nalfian and Twig look right now, like, approaching this. So he answered my first type of question.
Yeah, I mean, on the Twig side of thing, I think for most of the time she will be just anxiously looking towards Nalfian. But I mean, I think it's also safe to say that she hasn't been at 100% since, you know, dying.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think Lila would walk up to Twig. I don't know are we just like walking through a bunch of snow? Like,
Yeah.
what is the scene? Okay.
Yeah, it's snow, and you can see there are these like giant skeletal remains like frozen into the ice of larger creatures that have been banished this far into the hells.
You know, I was gonna make a note for myself to fucking remember to have conjure animals prepared so we could have like little like little like, I don't even know, yaks or some shit.
Yeah,
No. But alas, feet it is.
Well, anyone that wants to take a turn on Lawrence, just let me know.
It's true. But yeah, as we stomp through the snow, Lila would go up to Twig and maybe like initially like put her arm around her, but then maybe so it's easier to walk, just kind of like take her hand, just trying to like give her some warmth, and just say, "How are you doing with everything?"
I mean, I'm glad that things have worked out with Mephistopheles at least. That's a good thing. But
great start, yeah.
I mean, just because Malice isn't around doesn't mean that this is gonna be easy either, though, right?
It's Malice. I don't suspect it to be.
And well, I mean, I don't know if there's anything I can do to help with Nalfian, at least. Before everything happened in Talamir, I mean, Nalfian did so much to make sure that I would be safe, that I would be fine, and I can't do the same for him now.
It's hard when people you love sacrifice so much for you, and all you want to do is give it back, especially a parent. But that's the thing that parents are supposed to do, is protect their children and give them everything they can to flourish. But of course, because you're a wonderful girl, you want to do the same.
I mean, I'm also his lady, though.
It's true.
That makes him my responsibility. And there's not many people in Talamir, so I don't have a lot of those. But Nalfian's obviously definitely one of the more important ones.
Well, often in battle, what a warrior needs is to know that whoever they're fighting for and defending has full faith that they'll come home. It doesn't seem like a lot. It's not tangible or a spell. But sometimes that knowing and that willpower to keep going for what they're fighting for can make the difference. And I know he knows this, but it never hurts to hear it again, especially at their maybe most trying time. But you believe in him. We all do. Just remind him of that. And he's going to be strong enough because he never hasn't been.
True.
I feel like
it feels like a lot of things are becoming more difficult, you know?
Yeah. It is.
And well, I don't think I need to be the one to tell you that. It just seems like it's inevitable that we're gonna start losing people.
Well, I'll let you know that as long as everyone else keeps doing everything they can, I promise I won't stop to make sure that everyone is here in the end. I don't know what shape or form, but I think we all have something that will get us there.
Do you actually feel confident? Or do you just say that to make everyone else okay?
I guess it depends on what you mean. I feel confident that Nalfian is strong and has the will to see this through. I feel confident that with your support, he'll feel even better about that and maybe confident in himself. I feel confident that Yorick will get us through the hells, because who else would be strong enough to do that? But there are some things I don't feel confident about.
Right. I could be wrong, of course, but just seem scared.
Two things can be true at once. I'm scared of what we're gonna find, but I think we're the people to do it. Doesn't make it any easier, though.
Right.
I'm terrified, Twig, and seeing you... I never want to see you like that again. None of us do. And she squeezed your hand really tight. I really want you to be okay, physically and mentally, and in your heart, in your mind, all of it, okay?
Okay. I mean, I can try at least, right?
Sometimes trying is all you need to do, even if you don't feel it in here.
I just hope it's gonna be okay then, I guess.
We will make it okay.
Right.
Yeah. And she'll give Twig like a little final squeeze, but unless, Gemma, you had more to say, Lila was gonna go check in on Nalfian too, just because it's like both of them, you know? So.
No, you're good, you're good.
Okay. So, I know Nalfian's very focused. I assume he's at the front of our little, like,
Oh yeah, he's like laser focused, leading the way. Yeah. Just kind of like shoulders pulled up around him. Just the cold doesn't bother him anyway. But you can see Echo now probably trailing behind, giving him space.
Okay. Wow, to intrude on such a aura. Oh my gosh. So yeah, she'll come up and she'll like look to Echo now. She's also like shivering and stuff. And kind of like give Echo now a look like, is it okay if someone goes to talk to him?
You can see Echo now kind of nods and says, I think he needs someone right now.
Okay. And she'll like kind of come up next to him, not just behind him, and kind of try and keep pace with him. It's silly to ask, because I know the answer, but sometimes it's nice to have somebody look in on you. How are you doing?
You see, he doesn't take his eyes off the path in front of him, but he knows you're there. But he keeps moving forward and he says, it's crazy that there'd be times where I would dream of doing exactly what I did to Malice. And it felt great. But then the pain of losing them all over again, when you blink and remember that we have to kill her again. It wasn't real. I'll be alright. We just gotta kill her again.
I was amazed, if it helps you at all, by you facing her. I know she comes across, especially at the start of every battle, being very confident, and it's sickening and annoying, but you almost handled her entirely on your own. You may have, actually. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry that once wasn't enough. But for what it's worth, you are so much stronger than her. And I think she hates it.
I think you're right. I just got... I let her get into my head, and Twig, it was... I talked to Twig about it, and I don't think I've forgiven myself for it yet. I don't think I ever will. But it's no one's fault but my own.
It's no one's fault, Malfian. I know why you want to be, but I know you want to be the shield that never falters for her. And to a degree, you almost are. But we're there. Me and Yorick, and Zevran. You're not alone. And I know you feel like it's all your responsibility, and I understand why, but I'm just gonna reaffirm for you that we'll be there. every step of the way. She's okay.
He looks over at you over his shoulder. Thank you. I know. I know. I think once this is all over, and I know she's gone forever, it's like, you know, when you're holding your breath for so long, and you think you have the chance to finally breathe, then someone comes and stabs you right in the gut. I just want to breathe again. I mean, look at us, we're in the hells. We're making deals with devils. We're on our way to take down the Dark One. Anything could happen to any one of us. And I said this to Twig, and she's not just a little girl. She is a young woman making her way in this world, and she can handle herself. I know she can. But it's different when she's targeted because of me. That's what gnaws at me, Lila. But I know you're there. All of you. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't excited to kill her again. Because it's not gonna be that fast this time. And I'm going to apologize now for when that day comes, because that is a version of myself that I don't like. Not anymore. But for her, I think it's worth it. I just don't want... Go ahead.
Every side of you is still you, even if it's scary. And I won't judge. I don't think any of us would, but I can speak for myself. I would never judge you for what you need to do. I know it's... I mean, not to the same degree, but when Belle was targeted because it would get to me, I understand. It's a little different, but I know. We can't control what she does, and she's cruel and sick and awful. So do what you need to do, whatever it is. And we've got each other. I promised you about Twig a very long time ago, remember?
I remember.
And I'm not gonna break that promise. Do what you need to do. And if you need to lean on anybody, I'm here.
Are you gonna be alright? And his eyes flicker towards Zevran.
We can talk about that when you're ready. But yeah, there's a little tear in her eyes. I mean, she's still in her like
he won't
phase.
press her on that, because
yeah. It's also kind of awkward to be like, yeah, actually, I'm not okay. Let's talk about me now.
I know, but he wants to be considerate of her feelings.
Yeah, she'll give a smile, and she knows that he wants to be there, but she also knows that this is a very fragile time for him right now. So,
but yeah, he'll just not. And he'll think to the letter in his pocket, but he stands a little straighter as he is leading the march forward.
All right. With that, you all march. Till
I will
eventually.
say,
yeah.
I don't know if Twig does come up, but if she does,
intends to.
Okay,
Before we do get there.
I don't know what she plans to do, but like the moment she gets close, he's like not even gonna say anything. He's just gonna like scoop her up, put her on his back, and he's just gonna piggyback the entire way, the rest of the way there.
For like 3
Sorry,
hours.
he just
You gonna do that
yeah.
shit? Tie yourself out?
Yeah, he is actually. He is. He is. I think he feels this need to feel her very close to him. So, like I said, without even like making an offer, he's just gonna do it. Sorry.
I mean, go off. Yeah, I mean, when Twig does approach and that happens, I think, you know, just before you started, she was about to say something, but after it happens, there's like a solid, like, 5 minutes of silence, and she's just processing.
Yeah, she's just back there. I mean, like, you know, her head's like next to his head, and he's holding onto her very tightly as he's clomping through the snow.
Yeah,
maybe a little too tight at first, and then he relaxes a little bit, but...
Yeah, Twig eventually will just say...
I wanted to come and say how proud I am of you. I don't know that there's much more I can offer, but you've done so much. And you need to know that. And of course, if there's anything you want to say or anything you need, I am here. I'm very much here. But you should feel proud of yourself too.
Thank you. I always feel proud of myself when you tell me that you're proud. That means more to me than anything. So thank you. I am so happy to have you in my life. So happy. You have filled my cup to where every day it is overflowing. And I am going to do everything in my power to make sure nothing happens to you ever again. Everyone here. I'm gonna make sure nothing happens to anyone. You can feel his jaw tighten a little bit when he says that, and he's gonna adjust your weight a little bit and keep going forward.
Are you worried that she's going to be there? At least in some aspect, I suppose.
You know, I'm not too sure what to expect. I think I'm interested to see the man who could love someone like that. I'm interested to see what that person could possibly be like. If they're much of a person left at all. But my mind is a little bit more clear now. I'm not worried. Are you worried?
He looks back over his shoulder at her.
I'm always worried.
That's your secret, isn't it?
I
He
don't know
smiles
that
at
it's
her.
even a secret.
No, it's not. Don't worry. I know that means nothing, but don't. Everyone here, we're gonna make sure we get out of this together. I'm not afraid of Malice. And before you called me prideful, I'm not afraid of many things, Twig. I'm afraid of losing you. I'm afraid of losing any of them. And sometimes having a little bit of worry and a little bit of fear isn't necessarily a bad thing, because it's going to motivate you to push forward. So I may not be afraid or worried about Malice. I am afraid of what she can do. But I'm going to use that to guide my hand, guide my thoughts, guide our plans, and together I know we can do this. And then we're gonna figure something out with Zevran. I'm going to make sure we can handle Glacia. I'm gonna make sure Yord comes with us. I'm not losing anyone else. I've seen you all die too many times. And I'm not gonna have that happen in this timeline. Not if I can help it.
I mean, I suppose it's still worth saying that it is okay if you are scared of her. What she is or what she does, I don't know that there's much difference, you know? People aren't scared of dogs because they're dogs, they're scared of dogs because they bite. And so, you're allowed to be scared of her. I don't think that changes the rest either. The rest of anything that you said.
Yeah. You're right. I am afraid of seeing my past over again. I am afraid of her. A bit. And that's okay.
At least if everything goes well, though, it will mean that there's less of her to be afraid of, though, right?
There'll be
So
none of her
that's-
to be afraid of, because we can kill her for real.
Right, but we're not doing that now, right?
No. No, not yet. More of a step 2 in a 3-part plan.
Right.
Right. This will make it less scary. And a little easier. Like I said, I don't know if we'll even see glimpses of her. Any of her in here. It could just be this thing. You can tell he's standing pretty confidently at this point. Thank you for always believing in me, Twig.
Of course. It is my duty as your lady to do so.
And as your knight, I will do this quest for you, as it is my duty to protect the ones I love. And the weak. And he goes to drop you, but then picks you back up.
Damn. You call your bitch ass weak or you weak? I don't.
He's calling your bitch ass weak.
Damn. Okay.
But he joked. He did. This is.
Right.
Okay. And with that, at right about that moment, you all approach Malice's crypt. You can see this, now that it's been pointed out to you by the compass on your wrist, this illusory, icy wall. But as you look through it, you can just begin to see through it. As you look at it, you can see through it, and you step forward, and the cold ends. As you enter the crypt, Malice Baynir. Now, the entry to this crypt, you can see that this front door, this front pathway, is adorned with all of these intricate carvings in an ancient Drow script. And you can see these, what look to be like cobwebs, these spider webs carved into the stone surrounding the text. And Nalfian, you can make out some of these words. This is a family web, a family tree, depicting many, many, many of the Baynir children. The air in here is cold.
Is Nalfian's name on there somewhere?
Nalfian is right near the bottom.
That's crazy. Wait, do we see Dinan's name? Nalfian doesn't know Dinan, but is Dinan on there?
Yeah, Dinan's on there too. Yeah.
Okay.
So is Elendar, Damaris,
Oh, yeah.
or yeah. And you can
Bianca.
Wait, is Bianca on there? Just like
Bianca would be on there as a descendant of Elendar.
That's so
yeah.
funny.
Oh, wait. What's my dad's name? Wait, yeah.
Well,
So, Nalfian, one thing that you see is that your lineage, it sprouts, all of these Baynir sprout from Malice and Diriel.
Can you put that in chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neat.
So all of the Baynir up near the top.
Nalfian obviously has no idea who that is, though. Right? Like, he's never met this man before in his life.
Diriel is the name of the man who's the phylactery.
What? Wait, so that's his dad? That's what you're saying?
This is a long branch, huh? What?
You can't, there's no way to know if this is a traditional family tree, because the only two people on here that everything else spawns from is Malice and Diriel.
Right, so it's not like, it's not necessarily saying that Nalfian is his, like, direct son, but it's
Correct.
just like they have Malice and Diriel's blood.
Yeah, it seems as though those two are most important, and it traces down where that bloodline flows.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So then it doesn't necessarily show who Nalfian's dad is?
Correct.
Boo. Okay.
I'd say they obviously weren't important.
Yeah, I guess.
No.
To her. No.
It would have been cute though, you know?
Sure would have.
I was like, what if she kept track of everybody that she fucking killed? So we would have appreciated it.
Nalfian just looks at it and says, pretty vain. As to be expected.
Weird, you would think only people who cared would keep track of something like that, you know?
Is it strange then that all the descendants are written here?
Yes.
I mean, I don't really take Malice as someone that's sentimental like this.
Joe, would these also be all of the... Wow.
Banshin?
Yes, I almost called them...
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all the Banshin are listed here.
Mm-hmm. By name.
God, this is a huge web, isn't it?
Yeah, thousands
It doesn't
of
have
names.
any kind coincidence of showing like ones that are struck out, like they're deceased or anything like that.
No.
Or it's a live tracker or something.
I don't know, it would have been funny, mate. Because, like, I don't know, there has to be something magical with it, right? Like, I can't see Malice coming down here every time she has a kid to just write their name
Write the
on the
name.
board. I just...
Is... Go ahead, Gemma, sorry.
I feel like this would be something, honestly, that would be Lila Rose have more, but, like, is there anything, like, arcane or magical to, like, this lineage thing?
I mean, if
Like,
Twig
are
brings
they just
that up,
words?
Lilo
Lilo and
Lilo.
Stitch.
Lilo
Yeah.
and Stitch. Oh yeah, I
And
mean, if Twig
different
brings it up,
Stitch.
Lila will assist Twig with that.
Yeah. Go ahead and both of you just make Arcana checks as you just investigate.
Yeah, because mine's do butt cheeks, but I'm just like,
I help.
yo.
24.
I mean, can Lila just do it with advantage, or?
Yeah, sure, Lila, you can roll with advantage.
Yeah, awesome. Roll
Twig,
credits.
you brainstorm with her, but it's mostly Lila.
Yeah, Twig brings it up and then just looks
Oh,
at
okay.
Lila.
24.
Just like tugs at the shirt. Hey.
Hey, what do you think?
Lila, the wall does in fact seem magical. In fact, you can see that the weaving of the web every few minutes or so just kind of begins to shift a little bit. Just, a centimeter here or there, making room. And after, maybe 10 minutes of investigating, watching, you can see in the bottom right corner, all of those names begin to shift and move up and get smaller as a new name appears or begins to appear. As if a new child of Malice has been added.
First dead, how's she popping those out?
Did she lay eggs?
Ew, I bet you she did, though.
You were
Wait.
Alice refreaks.
Oh my god,
Is that an egg?
I don't like that. I don't like that I was hatched. Also, guys, I'll be back in 1 second. I gotta help with the medicine, but
I never knew that how Nalfian was born was gonna be station for this campaign.
Does Nalfian know this, though? Like, does he have any knowledge on how people... Okay, I don't know why he would know that, but like...
Nope, that would...
Nalfian killed Macbeth? Is there some weird thing there?
Damn.
If Nalfian was a woman, he'd probably know. But
Yeah. Thank you, Precious. Are any... Oh, yeah, because Bianca's name's on there. I was gonna say, are any of the female names on here?
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Some of you recognize some of Nalfian's sisters.
Oh, he hates those. Okay.
Yep.
Trash.
Yeah.
Oh, I will also say you do see where's he at? Talrin Baynir, who was the one who actually wrote the secret of Malice's phylactery here.
What a lad.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is just like an archway. Like there's like we could just go straight in, right? Or is it like
It's an archway. You can walk right in.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah.
I mean, Delphine would be looking at this for quite some time.
Yeah, just looking at the names, yeah.
You know
And
what?
not gonna lie, obviously, when Felicity gets back, I am curious if there's like any more like arcane nature we can glean from this. But
Well, I was gonna say, just for fun, York's gonna cast See Invisibility as we're outside of this place.
Yeah. Yorick, as you do, you can see there are hundreds of thousands of tiny spiders just all over the ground, all over the walls, and specifically you can see them. They're the ones moving the stone, shifting, crawling on all of you.
That's fucking nasty.
why are they
Joe.
invisible though? For what purpose? I don't like that.
So like they're legit all over all of us.
Yep.
Ew.
You don't
but they're
feel
not
them.
doing any harm or anything.
No. It seems as though they don't
So
have.
it's like that creeping feeling of discomfort that we feel, where it's like a shiver down our spine. It's just literal spiders.
Yeah. And it's just the thing is you can tell Yorick by seeing them, they don't have any direction. Since there's nothing controlling them or telling them what to do, they're just wandering.
I feel like it's almost meaner to tell the group. There's
valid.
Do you just carry this burden?
Maybe.
Sometimes you just gotta know there's spiders everywhere.
The spell
It's better just not
lasts
think
an
about it.
hour, so I got that going for me.
Oh, that's nice.
You
can't
sure
just, like,
is.
cancel your concentration on it or whatever.
I mean, I could, but I can only cast it once a day. What if there's other invisible stuff?
Well, no. Or just wants to the spiders. I get it.
Real quick. Sorry, I'm gonna you guys. I'm not gonna go to break. I just desperately need to use the bathroom real quick.
Well, don't forget to close the door.
I'll close the door.
There's
give
two
me-
doors right there. One's open, bud. I don't fucking know.
Hello. Wait, why is Joe walking away?
Yes,
Oh,
the
yeah, we
bathroom.
ended
Moving out the door.
Oh,
He has to use the bathroom.
okay. I was like, did everything stop? We're still playing, right? I want to play.
Because you left, everyone just decided to
Well, I didn't know if Joe was like gonna get us into I didn't know what was gonna happen. Also funny story. So Luca was having an issue with the syringe, and so when he was trying to like push it, getting all over her face, but she was licking it off, so she still ate her medicine. But it was just really cute. So she's just like licking off her medicine. I love it.
That is cute.
It's very sweet.
You missed it. Yorick did see
Oh, yeah.
invisibility, and there's hundreds and thousands of tiny little spiders crawling everywhere, moving the stones, and all over our bodies.
And
Yes.
for the greater good, Yorick has elected to not share that information.
Appreciate, because
But
we
the
all know how
spell-
Lila would react.
And the spell lasts an hour, so Yorick just has to deal with that the entire time.
Well, he's choosing to. He's choosing not to end the spell.
No, he has
Let
to.
that be clear.
No, he must.
It might be a good idea to keep it up just to see what else we run into.
See, Felicity gets it.
I know, but still, my point stands.
I do have a question, Joe.
Uh-huh.
Are any of these names non-drow names? So would his wife be on here? I doubt it, but like let's say somebody else like wanted to spice up the family and add a little bit of different seasoning in there. Has anyone like I mean because now he knows what typical drow names are like.
Mm-hmm. Well, and now that you ask, right, just having been looking for the names that you would initially recognize on this front wall, you can see that all the names on this front wall do seem to be drow names, all of them. These are all, for lack of a better word, pure descendants of Malice and Diriel. However, as you begin to look around the room a little more,
you can see faint lines, ever so faint, etched into the walls, tracing from this front wall off to the two sides. And having been distracted by this, the majority of the writing here, you see very faint etchings off to the left and right of hundreds of names of children that are not pure descendants of the two. And Nalfian, you do see one name in particular that you do recognize. You see your daughter's name there.
Okay. He would be looking at that for quite I think he'd be stunned, first of all, and I think he would probably stand to staring for a good solid 5 minutes. And then he would take his dagger and he would carve it off the wall.
You can see Yorick as he begins to do that. The spiders don't try and stop him, but as his knife makes contact, the spiders just begin to crawl over him and just all over his arm, forearm, shoulder, face, just all over. But Nalfian, you can't feel it, but you feel this like creeping sensation all over you as you are just carving away the name until eventually it's no longer there.
Yeah, he would put his dagger away.
Mm-hmm.
He's not gonna say anything. He doesn't want that there.
I don't know if it's actually going to be important. But is there like a reason for like why some are little names and some are big names? Because like Bianca would also be like a more distant, less full-blooded descendant, but she was one of the main names, right?
Mm-hmm. It seems as though these names, based off of the sizes that are there, the power that those individuals possess seems to cause their names to be either more important to this mural or just larger in general. So names like Elendar, Bianca, Nalfian, Dinan, those names are quite large on here, while some of the other ones like Talrin are lesser.
Who's the second biggest name?
The second biggest name? Bianca.
Yeah.
Bigger than Nalfian's?
No, the second biggest name, like Nalfian's is the biggest, and then...
Oh, like they're all one size. I thought you meant like of them all, the second man. I was like,
that's what I was trying to decide. Like, who's up here? Who's got like the biggest name that's not Bianca or Nalfian or like anybody we know? You know what I'm talking about? Like, who's the most powerful Badir on this ball? You should go kill him.
Well, it would be Dinan.
Interesting.
Okay. But he's also dead, right? I don't think we know this as like a party, but isn't he?
Was he balefired?
Well,
yeah.
No, he wasn't, and he's also...
He's still
totally
kicking.
not dead.
He's doing something.
Watch him be in here. Watch him be here. Hey, bro. That's crazy.
Nah, he ain't here.
He a bitch like that,
I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
And then... Yeah, like I said, after looking at where his daughter's name was for quite some time and scraping that shit off, he'll take a dagger and he'll take his name off.
Hell yeah. Take everyone's name off. Fuck the wall.
And he'll take Bianca's too.
Yeah.
Maybe
Thanks,
we should
cousin.
just... okay.
Or uncle. Thanks, cousin, uncle.
Sorry, Yorick. Nalfian is ignoring you right now. He's scraping.
It means something to him, okay?
We can do it on the way out.
No, I mean, if Yorick does go to, like, something, I think Twig would also, like, kind of
No,
just,
he
like,
doesn't say anything.
Cool. Yeah, let him have his moment,
Mhm.
He'll be fast, I promise.
That blade's
Take
sharp.
his name off.
Yeah.
To be
Nothing more.
extra sweet, because it's all symbolic and bullshit, right? Wherever he scratched off his daughter's name, Lila's gonna cast the light cantrip in that spot and just to fill that little void. So
Yeah.
it only lasts a little while, but symbolism.
So now, Fian, you carve off those names. I'm assuming it would be you, Bianca, Alindar, and Talrin, since those are like the only 4 good Bainir descendants.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, yeah, if everyone's ready, he will, echoing off at his side as well, go inside.
Okay.
Sorry, let me look at my spells if I should cast anything ahead of time. Oh, I know what I'm gonna cast. How long does it last for? Up to an hour. All right, now, Fian. Holy weapon on your sword.
Oh.
I'll drop it.
That's pretty spicy.
Oh, why did I do that? Why did it roll like that? Why? Don't do that.
Okay.
That's for you. But I meant to drop just what the spell does. Yeah. There you go.
I mean, actually, as we're prepping to go in, Twig's also gonna cast her Summon Beast, 6th level.
Nice. Okay.
Plan.
Okay. So you all move through, and you can tell just from your approach, this isn't a very large crypt. As you begin to move through that central archway. Eventually, after just a few minutes of walking past the etched names through a featureless hallway, you arrive in a small study, a library of sorts. You can see a collection of books as well as crystals. You all have seen crystals like these used before in the College of Hearthcrest. They are memory crystals used to record or to journal in place of writing them down. For more advanced mages, they can have them pretty much attuned to a very specific quill and then have it transcribe the notation onto ink and paper from the voice. But all of you enter the Library of Regrets.
Of regrets?
Mm-hmm. You can see there are, on this central table, where it seems like most of the voice crystals are transcribed, some of them still remain. There's 5 or 6. Some of them seem much older than the others.
Like crystals that hold
voices.
Or oh. I'll wait for Nalfian to like get to things first, but you know Lila and information, so
no, she could definitely. He'd be curious to know what's on there.
Okay. Yeah. So like looking at them, does it look like a one-time use kind of thing, or like just like activate them and listen to what they say?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. She'll look to Nalfian before she starts, but seeing that he's like okay, she'll start to like. I kind of want to do the oldest first. What do you guys think? Should we like ramp up to it? I kind of okay. Oldest. First.
Oldest first? Okay.
Greatest hits of Malice's memories, you know.
Okay. So, starting at the very end, you can see that the notations or verbal notes that she leaves behind are very curt, very cold pragmatism. I mean, what you know Malice to be. The final one that she left behind here says,
I am no longer a mere matron. I've taken steps to ensure my survival and strength against the Dark One's control. I have contracted vampirism to maintain my beauty and life, and I have ascended to lichdom for unparalleled magical power. The cost was high. I needed a phylactery strong enough to withstand any challenge. Dirael was a perfect choice. Its strength and loyalty have been repurposed to serve me eternally. Its essence will be used to create my army. It's the oldest one.
Okay. Lila and I think Felicity too. I guess it has to be Felicity. Felicity and I think Lila are kind of like raising an eyebrow to that, like his essence is creating her army, as in her descendants. Is that what the implication is?
I mean, as far as you can
Like-
assume, yeah, it seems like in one way, shape, or form, Nalthian and any of the drow of the Bainir family are descendants of Dirael in one way, shape, or form.
Okay, so it's still kind of loose. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I won't read too much into that. Okay, next oldest still.
Okay. This one has a little bit more passion and energy to it. A strange encounter. No, sorry. Wrong one. Oops. The day has come. I've accomplished my first mission, and now I am Mother Superior, High Matron of the House Bainir. But of course, the victory is tainted by a warning from Dirael. An echo of him, reaching out through Chronovas Ianeda. Speaks of a man I made a deal with. The great Lord of the Dark does not seek to grant me power, but to use me as a pawn in his grand design to bring about the end of our world. I will not allow this. I will not let him take away everything I have fought for. The time has come to plan my rebellion. A strange encounter today. A man clad in black, with skin of shimmering gold, approached me with an offer. Power for me, for my house, and everything I have ever desired, but at a price. He demanded my oath of fealty, swearing allegiance to the great Lord of the Dark. It's a tempting proposition, and one that could fulfill my ambitions, yet there's a darkness in his eyes that I cannot ignore. Still, the promise of power is too great to refuse. I shall take his offer and bend it to my will.
Next stone.
I have met a man unlike any other. A warrior who does not cower or simper. His name is Dirael, and he has fought many battles for the Bainir name, emerging victorious each time. His prowess on the battlefield is unmatched, and he commands a respect that even I am tempted to acknowledge. A man worthy of admiration and perhaps more. I find myself hoping Mother Superior never discovers these entries, for Dirael is a treasure I wish to keep for myself.
Wait, are we going backwards?
Yes.
Oh.
I thought we were doing
going
oldest
forward.
first too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me a moment.
Oh, you
That's
said
fine.
oldest. I totally
That's
did that
fine.
the
We
wrong
can keep
way.
going. We can keep going.
Yeah,
We
that's my.
It's all
See,
good.
I was confused too when you said oldest. I was like, oh, okay. Like we can start at the. I don't know why I thought oldest bottom of the list. So that's where I started because I had these in chronological order.
Lamau.
Well.
Oh well,
already
let's keep
started.
going.
Well, Lila had
Yeah.
no way to know which one was the oldest. She was like, oh, this one looks old. Just went in
This one
order.
looks
Blame it on
dimmer.
Lila.
So this is the first one then that you're about to go into.
Okay. Yes.
Oh.
Lila had a little bit of a sour look after the Dariel one. She's like, I don't want that.
Nalfian is trying not to throw up.
Yeah.
Finding your mom's dream
Yeah, that
journal.
is fucking gross and fucking
Yeah.
weird, man.
Yeah. All right. Last one.
All right. Today, I have stumbled upon a place of unimaginable power, a ley line of time, a font of arcane energy that flows like a river through Chronovas Ianeda. This discovery could be the key to elevating the Bainir name to its rightful place of respect and fear. Too long have we been looked down upon. With this power, I shall harness the very threads of time and weave our destiny anew. The Bania legacy will be one of unmatched power and influence. That's it.
Man, she sure was evil from the fucking start, huh? And thirsty.
I will say, one thing you do notice moving backwards and then thinking about them retrospectively, in the final stone, or in the first one you listened to by accident, you do make the recognition that towards the end she started referring to Durael as it, not as him. He was merely a tool. A tool to be used.
She was kind of into him at one point, though.
She was, yeah.
And then Emerald showed up too, huh?
Mr. Steel Girl.
Ooh. Maybe he's your dad, Nelphian.
That'd be weird.
Hey, you and Zamir are brothers in kind of a weird way.
Yeah, Lila will just kind of look to everybody. Don't know if anyone had anything to say in particular with that information.
No. I mean, Nalfian, you could tell has a lot going through his mind, but he isn't gonna say out loud yet.
Well, like, kind of skimming the books, I assume Lila wouldn't be necessarily interested in any of the topics of the books necessarily, but like, what are kind of like the titles and the authors is she picking up, or the genre?
Yeah, almost all of them are. They're almost all Drow history books, studying the various tactics that any house would use in particular. I mean, there are hundreds of books on their strategies, their birth rates, their tactics, everything that she could use to exploit the Drow of the Underdark to what she wanted. Because as Nalfian has said before, the Baynir house was never number one, and that was on purpose.
Yeah.
But Malice always controlled everything.
I don't have anything else to do in here unless someone else had anything.
No. Is there anything else in here than the books?
No.
Is there any other just miscellaneous crystals just hanging around?
Most seem broken, or the arcane magic charging them has faded away.
Good. Let's keep going.
Okay. So with that, you progress. Leaving from there, you do eventually make your way into the Hall of Echoes. And in this hall, it is a long corridor some lined with mirrors, some lined with various stone-carved murals of Malice's life, showing interactions with Durael, with her former Mother Superior, with Emerald. And on the mirrors, the reflection shows your past, the influence Malice has had on your life. Nalfian, you see many more memories than the rest of them. And after the first few mirrors, you don't look in them. You keep your eyes averted. You don't need to relive any of that. But one of the things that you see is that there are many murals depicting Dirael fighting. You can see there are 3 versions of him fighting at once. wielding a rapier, a blade that seems to... In many of the depictions, it cuts through threads. It's not slicing through people, but it's cutting through threads. Which is odd at first. But as you continue on, eventually the corridor opens wide to the crypt where the phylactery is held. And not only that, but this writhing mass of contained temporal energy as you enter the chamber of stasis. This vast oval chamber with the large arcane temporal mass in the center. You can see on the far end there are 5 individuals frozen in stasis. 4 Banshim clad in black. And in the center, an elderly drow man. And you see, go ahead and share his art. Long white hair, deep charcoal gray skin, wearing thin, light, elven-made, drow-made plate armor. A cloak of red hanging off his back. And you can see that clasped in his hand, pointing downwards, a rapier. A thin blade that vibrates as if feeling the threads of time on it. Now,
this is a weird question.
Yeah.
Does he look like Nalfian at all? Like, because I would assume Nalfian would just be staring at this person.
There is a similarity in face shape. You both have like the same like jawline. But other than that, there's not too much. I mean, a lot of drow features are maintained between the entirety of the Baenir family. That very, very, very white, silver, stark hair. And the same skin tone. And the same, like, jawline face shape.
Sharp features, yeah.
Yeah, very sharp features. But that could just be a Baenir thing. That could be just a drow thing in general. I'm just not super sure.
Yeah, I just think for an Nalfian, it's weird to see another male Baenir that isn't trying to kill him immediately. Yeah. Until he wakes up, you know?
Yeah.
So I think he's just kind of staring in thought for a second.
Yeah. So, as all of you enter, I'm going to go ahead and move you all to this battle map.
Oh, so he's on the other side of this stasis thing?
Oh.
Yeah. Is he in stasis?
He is in stasis. So are the Banshim.
Where are the Banshim? Oh, they're there.
That wasn't the first thing you saw, man.
No, mine didn't load up that far.
Okay.
Sorry, you're probably gonna explain this in like 2 seconds, but does it seem like...
Hold on.
What?
My phone crashed, sorry.
We can wait.
No, keep going, girl.
Does it seem like we can't interact with them until this, like, stasis is broken?
No. So as all of you begin to approach, you can see that writhing mass of like temporal energy, and these like dark voids over here, you can see there is this shimmering
material on top of them, where it seems as though you'd be able to walk on top of it to traverse from one side to the other. You just cannot walk through the mass here. Oh yeah, you can.
Oh, thank you.
What is this? Like, can Nalfian get a sense of what this is? Or is this something we'd have to, like... Okay, thank you, Doctor Who. But, like, anything a little bit more specific than timey-wimey? Or would this be, like, something that, like, Lila and Zevran would have to, like, identify and, like, really...
No, Nalfian, you would be able to put together that this is the... over the course of thousands of years, just because it was mentioned in Malice's recordings, this is a cultivated ley line of temporal magic. This area right here could serve as an entry point to the threads of time.
That's
now,
crazy.
It's quite small. Like, I know on the battle map it's large, but when you think about the other entry point is a singularity in the astral sea that thousands of ships could fit through at once, this is a very dangerous way to get there.
Right,
but
it's time and could spit you anywhere.
Exactly. But when traversing through such a large space like the singularity, you have more control over where you go. This...
Okay, so this is literally like a fucking roulette reel.
Yeah, unless you have ultimate control over temporal magic. Like a master of the arcane arts. As someone with thousands of years of experience might be able to do.
So you said anything in the circle area we can't go, but we can like walk across like
Correct.
The dark stuff? Okay, just clarification.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and move your tokens anywhere up until... Oh, shit. What the hell? Anywhere up until here.
Where is
Could I also get my beastie, please?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, well, wow, pretty far.
Yeah.
And does the
bold, sorry, team.
No, you're fine. That makes the most sense for you two.
You want Yorick?
Sorry, my brain stopped. So on the sides here, is it like this is a thin like room and there's like walls, or is it more room? Okay.
No, it's walls.
Yeah. Lila will go like here. She gotta be kind of close-ish.
I'm gonna spread us. Just be lacking behind a little bit. I want beastie with me. Come here. Yeah.
Should Zevran go with Twig or Lila?
I mean, I've got a beast with me.
York?
So.
Oh, say York's on that side, but you do have a beast, so I guess I'll...
Well, it's Twig. Send him with Twig.
Ah, yeah, I would
Yeah.
too. Because York's on that side.
Okay.
Or just keep your distance from Lila. Feels awkward about the whole thing, you know?
No, she would probably just tell him, like, it's okay, be with Twig.
Okay.
Well.
So with that, as York, you and Nalfian cross that threshold, you approach it. Nalfian standing not but 10 feet away. You see the stasis begin to, this like swirling, like you see his form as it though it's standing still. There are parts of him that are like twitching every once in a while, like very erratically. He's not twitching. Time around him is shifting so infrequently that it's causing these like temporal distortions to happen. But as you approach, the distortions stop. As his eyes slowly open, looking down to you as the stasis begins to break and he drops to the ground. And he looks at you, Nalfian. And your echo next to you.
So then, has she finally sent you to kill me? One of my spawn?
Actually, I came here because I needed to kill you for myself. Because I need to kill her.
See his eyebrows furrow.
She took everything from me. Everything. Everything that I worked so hard for. And that I loved so much. And now she's trying to take over the whole fucking world. And I can't let that happen.
You see him look to you. The armor you wear, that of inspiration by the material plane, the overworld, the vines growing on you, gifts from the Green Lady, a cloak on your back, denoting your station. One of mine has a shred of honor, do they? You're no brute like the rest of them.
No, I'm a knight. And I earned that.
Well, let me tell you this, I have no love for Malice. My honor is all that remains. Before she entrapped me here, us drow, we fought with honor. We were knights just the same as those from the material. It wasn't until Malice twisted us, changed us, to be something that fit her design.
Then you understand what I have to do is not personal. Between you and I.
I understand. But no, my honor demands that I fall as a worthy warrior. And as I see it, one of my own bloodline stands before me now. What's your name?
Nalfian Forrester. Sir Nalfian Forrester.
Well, Sir Nalfian, know this. All Echo Knights are my descendants. Malice twisted my essence, infusing it into lesser drow men to create her sons and grant them power to hone and to master. And if you wish to end my existence and thwart her plans, then prove your strength and claim my life in honorable combat. And you can see he steps forward. He shows the blade, and he bows. The same bow that you did many, many, many months ago to the Bond Sheen that ambushed all of you back in the Riverlands.
Yeah. Nalfian, he says, I'm not a lesser man. And I am more than just your descendant. And I'm no longer a Vanir. And I am a Forester. And I have to put you down. And Nalfian will bow back.
Okay. Well, then prove to me you're not a lesser man. And with that, as he brandishes his blade and Nalfian, you brandish yours, you can see the stasis drops on the Bond Sheen behind him. And as the stasis drops on them, it seems as though these Bond Sheen have some semblance of loyalty to Deir Aiel, as they will not interfere with the fight. But Nalfian, you see, before combat begins, two echoes
I knew it.
emerge to his left and to his right. as he brandishes this temporal rapier, and you prepare to fight. That is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Nalfion, just get another echo. It's fine.
I can't until like level 18.
Oh, this is an actual thing.
Yeah, it's an
Didn't
actual
realize.
thing, but like he's out leveling me.
Nalfion's just a little baby bitch boy.
But they're all 1 HP, 1 attack on each one, and then fuck him up, right? It'll be fine.
His sword is scary.
Well, there you go. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, it was cool as hell, literally, Duke. Thanks. Very, very excited for next week. It's going to be one heck of a session because not only are you guys going to hopefully fight and win, but also you're going to go back to the Feywild and you're going to make a wish. So that is going to be something else because next Saturday is going to be the last session of Isles before the big fight. So if there's anything you guys can think of that you want to get while you're back in the Great City in the Feywild, be sure to get it while you're there before you go into the big time encounter. So just be ready for that. So with that, thank you so much for watching. Be sure to tune in on Tuesday for the Adventures of the Salamander Coast, Wednesday for the Tales of Iverion, and of course next Saturday for the Isles of Iverion. And be sure to tune in on the 20th of July for a big old smackdown between everybody. The Isles crew, the Salamander Coast crew, and some big bad evil guys. So thanks for watching. See you in the next one.